We're going back to muting. The music is still on.
Oh. Yes. Unfortunately, the music is still on.
I can't hear anything. I've got the tab muted. I'm not listening to that fucking music.
Great. I'm glad no one like stalled for time for me. I appreciate.
Well,
that.
no. Well, this is not my fault
glad
because
you sat
no.
quiet.
Well,
No,
this is not.
we
This
still
is
got
not
that
my
shitty
fault.
music on.
No, this is not my fault. Literally, Scott had himself on mute because of the music, and I couldn't interact with him.
I'm still muted.
Yeah, exactly. So, what do you expect me to do?
You can tell them about your day.
No.
You can say anything, right? What do you think I do when you guys aren't here, right?
I'm here all the time, on
I'm
time.
just saying, every so often I gotta do this alone, right? Okay. Hey, I changed the music to dance pop. That seems like Scott's out.
Dude, I just
I'll put
came
that
back and you're playing worse music? What the fuck? Dude, stop. Also, when you play music, everyone else can't play their own background music. Is also part of the problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've yet to hear any music better than that lo-fi.
Better. That's like that's
The
tier
built-in
music.
generic lo-fi
Dude, I'm gonna be
music.
honest with you. So I used to, I've stopped paying for Pretzel Rocks that gave me like copyright claim free music because it's still got copyright claimed all the fucking time. So now I just play. You know what I play? I just play video game music. It works. Like I play like Elder Scrolls music compilation, Final Fantasy music compilation, or like just like because you can find a YouTube video with like 4 hours of background music from a video game, and it never gets copyright strike because it's the only thing that the YouTube bots will immediately be like, no, bitch, if we copyright claim this, literally every person that does a let's play of this game is going to get copyright claims.
Like I said this before, right? If you go on YouTube, right, you can usually find this. This is like it's called like the YouTube copyright free library or something, right? It's like a channel made by YouTube saying that anything on this channel, right? Any video on this
channel
will
still get copyright claims.
Well, and they still gets copyright claimed. I'm like, what the fuck? All right, it's okay.
So here's the deal.
Just do whatever.
So here's the deal. YouTube has a serious problem where they are not cracking down on new accounts being able to register and then copyright music. And so what you have is anytime you have a system that online that can be abused by, and this isn't to say anything disparaging about the people in these countries, right? Or the culture per se in these countries. I'll say racist shit a lot. You know I will. I don't give a fuck. But I want my racism to be accurate. And so India and China have these bot farms where they will just create new accounts, claim music, and they do so on behalf of American corporations. So American corporations will get they'll get like a percentage of the cut, and then these China and India bot farms will get a small portion of the cut. And so they will copyright it with AI that is just finding the music, and it doesn't matter whether or not you have fair use. It doesn't matter what you're doing with the music. They just claim it. And then they'll sit on it for 30 days after you dispute it, if you don't trim it out, because more often than not, I'll trim it out. But sometimes when it's background music, it's cutting up my actual content. And so then they'll just sit on it for 30 days and then they'll just let it lapse. And they know that it kills your channel, puts your channel in algorithm hell because you've got like 6 copyright claims on a live stream. So that live stream won't go anywhere for 30 days. And then afterwards it's a live stream. So it doesn't go anywhere anyways. And so the real issue is that Neil Mohan needs to do something about like China and India bot farms. That's the CEO of YouTube.
Okay, thank you.
He replaced Susan Wojcicki when she stepped down. He was like a marketing guy.
Yeah, but no, like, I think so I acknowledge what you said. I hadn't heard of these bot farms, but it sounds about right. I already know they have like companies that do these things. I won't be surprised if they use bot farms to accomplish it. No,
Yeah, they use AI and like bot farms with like phones that are taken apart and put into these fucking racks so that they have like they have actually
God.
registered as real phones. So they get like
Oh my
$40
God.
phones and they'll
Oh
put
my
like and
God.
then they'll take them apart and then they like clip them into these machines that have like 100 phones in them in these server rooms
Oh
that basically have thousands and thousands of phones so that those phones don't get found out as like bots because they're not like an artificial thing from nowhere. It's
yeah.
registered to
They
a
are
real
real,
physical
right?
phone, right? It's
Yeah.
registered and then they put it under like a and then so that it's somewhat difficult to combat, but yet somehow, you know, Twitch has it figured out. It's one of the few things Twitch does, and that's because Twitch doesn't allow them to abuse the IP system, right? It's like Twitch just doesn't give
Yeah.
them that power.
So that's what I wanted to say is that like it's a systemic issue. It's a deeper issue that had like this started way back when, right? When Viacom put the fear of God into a YouTube, right? Viacom sues YouTube for
The
copyright.
adpocalypse.
Yeah. They come after YouTube because people are like uploading their shit, right? And YouTube, at least I'm not sure if but the court case was quote unquote decided or they settled, right? I don't know how that shook out. But in any case, YouTube was scared. And then they come up with this copyright system. But the copyright system is or the strike system is structured, right, to be in favor of IP holders, right, in favor for big corporations, and so they always the system gives them the benefit of the doubt and puts the onus on the streamers, right? And the reason why they'll do that is because they're not afraid of the streamers, right? They got no reason to be afraid of the streamers.
I think I
Hold on,
disagree a
let
little bit.
let me finish it.
But yeah.
Right, so they got no reason to be afraid of the streamers, and so right, they've created this system where you can just like strike without any evidence, like providing any evidence to begin with, right? You just say that you're a copyright holder, and then you can just do it, right? You just strike it as much as you want, and then there are abusers who are known abusers who keep going, right? And only like the most egregious ones ever like get any action taken against them. All this power is in their favor because they're not afraid of the YouTube streamers because like there's no class action lawsuit coming to Google, right? Google's not paying any. Not afraid of paying any money to them, right? They're afraid of Viacom or Disney or any of the big telecoms or media corporations coming down on them hard, right? That's the problem. But go ahead, I'd love to hear what you have to say.
So I want to say I agree with you in spirit, but I disagree with you on some details, right? So when this system was constructed, bots were nowhere nearly as prevalent or a problem because AI and bot farms were just very underdeveloped when the system was initially put in place. So that's number one. Number two, yes, it is in favor of the IP holders, and I'm against IP, right? You'll get no argument from me or Corey in that. Nevertheless, they got rid of the old system where 3 copyright claims could take your channel down or ban you. And they replace it with a system where it requires 3 copyright strikes. Now, a copyright strike is not the same thing as a copyright claim. When you get a copyright claim, you dispute it, then they have 30 days to respond, then you can dispute it again, and you have to give them your full legal name, and then they have 7 days to respond, and in 7 days, their response has to be required proof that they are taking you to court. Okay, which means you get your day in court, right? If they refuse to file court documents or paperwork saying that they're actually going to sue you for your copyright, then the dispute goes away. And so I understand that most YouTubers, like this is why I say I agree with you in spirit, but I just want to be like a little bit more precise about how it goes. For the overwhelming majority of copyright claims, the IP holders and the bot farms depend upon YouTubers' fear of being taken to court and not being able to win a court case. But more often than not, if you're doing actual fair use, it is an absurdly easy case to win. And it's like, and you can actually countersue. Like, it's like corporations do not actually want to go to court.
Hold on. I agree with you, right? So as far as I know,
I said we agree in spirit. I just want to be like more accurate with some of the details.
As far as I understand, your accounting of the system is correct, right? However, One, like the idea of being countersued, right? But by some individual fuck all streamer, right? Not happening, right? How many, like, with the amount of strikes that you can get, right, or claims you can get, what streamer has the money to countersue a corporation, right? Like, and the
Mhm.
result of losing, right, of losing is not just like being taken to court, right? The result of losing claims means your channel, your livelihood gets taken. I mean,
No, I
and
agree.
there's,
That's like I said, I
yeah,
agree with you in spirit, right? I just
sure,
want to
sure.
be a little bit more accurate about some of the details, right?
Okay, yeah,
But
all
I
right, all right.
completely agree with you in spirit that it's set up in the favor of corporations. But I just wanted
Okay.
to be like as accurate as possible to be somewhat favorable to YouTube because like it wasn't as bad when they first
Mm,
initiated it
mm,
because bot farms weren't like it was predominantly actual copyright holders that were using this system as opposed to like and the other thing, you can't just claim anything. You have to register to your account that you are a copyright holder of that whatever that stuff, whatever the content is. And like while that was kind of already an opening for abuse in the beginning, again, it wasn't that open, it wasn't that much of a problem pragmatically in the beginning because there weren't bot farms that were just getting new phones and registering things to new quote unquote real accounts like left and right. Like they weren't like if you try to register stuff that wasn't yours and you got caught, with like a false copyright claim and then you lost your account and you lost everything, like you were kind of fucked, right? Because you had to make sure that account had to be registered to like a phone number and all this other stuff. But now that like Chinese bot farms especially are just registering these like really really cheap Huawei phones left and forth, it doesn't actually affect them that way.
yeah.
Something sounds like
Uh,
something, or looks like something happened, or I don't.
oh no, sorry. Don't worry about it. I'm working on something. No, everything's fine. Keep going. I'll let you know when it's time to panic.
Okay. Well, does anybody want to feel old and outdated? I have a small anecdote.
I'm young
Uh,
and beautiful, so that can never happen. But go ahead.
True. So I've shared my experiences like with Gen Z. Understandably, Gen Z. You know, uh, if it's not an app, in my experience, they have issues. Using it, which makes sense because like they grew up everything is an app. As in, I know pretty much like 80% of the time, if I ask for a screenshot, I'm getting a picture of their screen with their phone. But then it's sort of an interesting phenomenon that I've encountered recently, where I teach and tutor a lot of organic chemistry, and part of organic chemistry is like basically the three-dimensional orientation of like atoms in space. And one of the ways that is described, okay, and this is like a reflection of like understandably like we're now the digital age, and it's like since we're in the digital age, and one of the ways that it's
Mhm.
described in textbooks of like the arrangement of atoms is clockwise and counterclockwise. It's actually unfamiliar to some Gen Z that I've encountered of like
Oh, the
Oh, they don't
clockwise and
understand how
counterclockwise.
clockwise.
or it takes them an extra second. Like, what does clockwise mean? Because they're not used to a clock face.
That's actually super surprising. I mean, like once you say it, it makes sense. But like, yeah, that seems like something so embedded into society. It's hard to imagine somebody not comprehending it.
Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it so much that like kids can't read analog clocks that like that doesn't surprise me. But I could see if
Well,
you
no,
hadn't heard that, you'd be
to
like,
be
wait a
clear,
minute,
like
what? Yeah,
they,
like
they can read, but it seems like they do need like an extra second, so to
no,
speak.
no, no,
Though,
no, no,
like,
no, no. Students taking organic chemistry can read
oh,
an
okay, sure.
analog clock. It takes them a second. But Gen Z as a whole, a lot of them motherfuckers can't read an analog clock.
Well, I think it. I mean, I feel like
'Cause
school
organic
still
chemistry is
teaches.
like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
And no, I was just saying, like, I mean, and I don't know. I taught for a bit, but I never taught like elementary education. I don't know what it looks like right now, but I imagine in school they still teach how to read analog clock. Like I'm pretty sure it's still going to be baked into like state standards in most
It
places.
depends on where you are, right? Like some states, for example, are still teaching cursive, and then other aren't, right? So a lot of
Mm.
Gen Z don't know how to write cursive because or read cursive because they've never been taught.
Or like, yeah, just signing
But
your signature, right?
yeah, like because most signatures are digital now, anyways.
Is okay.
Like
Did you ever like? I know we had like the cursive thing, but didn't, and at least for me, it feels like signatures just happened. Like no one taught me how to do like a proper signature.
I mean, I learned it I learned in third grade, how to write in cursive. So like, I feel like I wasn't doing signatures until I was already well aware how to read and write cursive. Maybe
Right,
it was
but
different for you guys.
yeah, I don't know. Like cursive. I mean, well, the thing is, for a while, my signature was writing out my name in cursive letters, which also wasn't super well. But like, someone eventually told me, they was like, "Oh, okay, like that's like not technically what a signature is supposed to be," and I was like,
Wait a
I was
minute.
like,
How is that not a signature?
well, because if you just write direct cursive,
It's not
like
supposed to be forgeable.
yeah, it's not supposed to
or-
be formal. Yeah, you're not
but
supposed to use formal. Your signature shouldn't be formal language.
Yeah, it should be a
It should
mark.
be
Like
unique.
you're
Yeah.
it should be, yeah.
Oh, like
I mean, like
exactly what Donald Trump
I
is
didn't
doing,
I
basically.
I didn't do, yeah,
Yeah,
actually that's how
Donald
you're
Trump has
supposed
a
to do a
signature.
signature.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to write your name out in cursive, like, because that's easy, like it's easier to forge, and it's like, but regardless, I learned it when I joined the army. That's when I developed a signature. Because when you join the army, they're like, cool, now sign, we're gonna go through and you're gonna make like 400 signatures. And like you start off and you're like, let me do and then you're like,
Once you're like, let's just get
next.
through this.
Next,
Yeah.
you develop a
Yeah, yeah.
signature. That's when I made an actual fucking signature. Is when I joined the army.
So no one told me that.
See, now
I've
you still
never-
haven't known. You see?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. I guess. I mean, if like, is it as careful as I could possibly make it? Right? No. Well, especially now since I hardly ever use cursive, right? But like, still, like, I'm aiming to like do like what I'm supposed, like, as I've been taught, right? The cursive as I've been taught. So yeah, no one's ever told me, like, I've seen other people like do that, like with cursive, but like, hey, that's super unreadable, right? I didn't think about like to make it harder to forge. I mean,
I just want to.
but you can still forge it. I mean, I don't know, whatever, right? I'm sure there's even point to that because
It's not yet. It's like now we're doing digital current signatures on most things, anyways. But Corey, I just want to stress, right, like to the audience that maybe doesn't know, organic chemistry is probably the highest IQ selection of people in an undergrad course, and the reason for that is the same reason I talked to. So my sister is in university now, and she wants to be a lawyer, and she's a chemistry major, and I was like, look, what you need to, because chemistry degree, by the way, great way to get into a good law school, because they stop giving a fuck about humanities degrees or pre-law or like political science, because they're full of a bunch of idiots. Whereas, a chemistry degree, a STEM degree, is harder to get, and they know that you can like study. And one of the things that a lot of medical schools and law degrees will look at is, what is your grade in organic chemistry? They will very often look specifically at your grade and your transcripts towards that one, because if you can get an A or you can get an A+ in organic chemistry, you're probably going to do fine in med school. But if you have like a 3.8 and you have a C or a B in organic chemistry, then they're like, yeah. Anybody can get A's mostly in undergrad, right? Like, you have to be a complete fucking retard to not be able to get straight A's in undergrad college, right? If you study and you put in the work, you're going to get straight A's in most classes, right? If you just put in the work, you read it, you write the papers, like undergrad is a joke. But organic chemistry is like one of those few classes where it's like, you have to have a certain level of intelligence and or extreme dedication in order to get an A in that class. Or at the very least, you have to have like a mind for those kinds of concepts that aren't necessarily intuitive, right? Like English is intuitive, humanities is kind of intuitive, right? Organic chemistry is not intuitive to most people.
No,
so yeah,
I'd be surprised if it's
But,
intuitive
like,
to anybody. Like, yeah, it's a
how
whole
many
separate animal.
how many law school candidates will have taken organic chemistry though? Like,
well, I mean,
no,
it's probably
one
not
of
going to be
those
the
things,
majority, but it's probably something that sticks out. I have a friend that went to med school, and they got an engineering degree, because they said it stuck out better for them in transitioning. Without even seeing it, what he's saying sounds true on his face, at least from.
so it's
I
not
can
about getting into
understand
any
that.
law school, but if you're trying to get into like a prestigious university, right, you have to have something that makes you stand out. and a poli-sci degree with straight A's at a state college, you're one of 20,000 applicants.
Yeah, you're not
for a
unique
couple
at
hundred
that point.
positions. You're not unique in any way or capacity, right? And the thing is with law, and Lactoid, you can back me up on this now that you're here. With law, it's not like other fields like psychology or sociology or other places where like you go do research at a lab and then that professor writes this great recommendation, this raving recommendation for you because you did research in their laboratory, and that like makes it easier to then get into graduate program because then you specifically talk to like one of the people at that school. For law, I mean, you can do that, and that would still help you stand out. But it's just like that's not per se what they're looking for.
Yeah,
But
law students care
specifically-
about law school. Like they kind of don't care what you did beforehand.
Right, but if you have a chemistry degree, one of the things is they can look at organic chemistry class and they can know that you have a mind for really difficult concepts. So you're likely to succeed if you have a really good grade in organic chemistry. And the other thing is that if you succeed, because law schools care about where their students end up because they use those students where they end up as like proof of like because it's networking and it's our school had this many appellate court clerks and shit like that, right? And so with chemistry is one of those things where you can get really prestigious jobs if you have an undergrad in chemistry as a lawyer because you understand certain things that like Lactoid would never understand, right? Like Lactoid is going to have a really hard time doing any law, no matter how much he researches the field. He's going to have a really difficult time doing any law associated with like environmental regulations with chemical spills, right? But someone with a chemistry degree, can actually argue and understand those concepts very, very well.
Yeah. Or
Right.
even civil rights because he doesn't understand systemic racism. So
Right.
he struggles in different areas.
Uh,
But he
and
tries
maybe
his best.
to
And we love
back
him
that up,
for it,
I do have a
right?
friend that well, I know them because they did their degree in biochemistry, but then they got their law degree because they specifically wanted to go into like patent law, specifically, and it seems like that's worked out for them so far.
I
Usually
heard
for
that.
patent
Back
law,
to-
they want some kind of like hard science undergrad. Also, law schools, in order to they have to maintain certain stats even to stay accredited. So if you lose, you can lose your accreditation as a law school, and then you're fucked.
But yeah, my
Lactoid,
sister is
sorry,
in
are you,
getting a chemistry degree
streaming?
to go to law school.
Yeah. Well, in a second I am.
Okay, well, take your time.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
So,
Take the next
I
3
I
hours.
also heard that political poli-sci actually isn't even the most common route to law school anymore. I think English is
English
didn't-
poli
it was for a
sci and
long time.
pre-law used to be like kind of the standard, right? Like that
they
was like
just want
if
to
you
know
were
that
going
you
to
can write well and you can read like
yeah,
really well.
yeah, but the problem is that like getting again, like I said, you go to a state school and get a poli sci degree, that doesn't actually tell me that you're smart enough to get a law degree. Like it just doesn't. Like getting straight A's in a poli sci degree, like it's not like I'm not trying to insult someone with a poli sci degree, like right? You still did it, you still
Yeah,
learned, you
fuck
still
you.
wrote, but there's plenty of people that can go in and like not be that smart and not be super hardworking, but just do all the coursework, write the papers, say what the professor wants to hear, pay attention mildly in class, and like that's going to be wildly different from the amount of work that you have to put in law school. Like law
Yeah.
school is grueling. I mean, I went to a bullshit. Like when I went to grad school for counseling, right? I was kind of disappointed how easy it was, right? Because I thought I was like, oh, finally I'm in the upper echelons of of academia. Like I'm going to talk to these really smart, high-minded people and have these great not really. But then again, maybe that was just Liberty University because I went to a Christian school. Get your digs in against Christianity if you want, right? But even without that, like just the amount of fucking reading that was required was just like holy shit. It was like like in undergrad, it was like read this chapter in the textbook, and then in grad, it was like okay, read these couple of case studies, watch a couple of these videos that I sent you, read these 200 pages in your first textbook, and then read these 300 pages in this other textbook, and then give me a 30-page paper, minimum of 20 citations. And that's due at the end of the week. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, I was like, yo, this is
Law
a
school.
lot.
It's not even close. Like I undergrad, I'm sorry. Unless you're doing engineering, which is, I think, actually probably kind of difficult.
Well, we were talking about chemistry,
Like,
right? Like, is
yeah,
another example. Yeah.
so yeah, kind of. I'm. I think a lot of undergrad is a joke. Um, I'm sort of in that camp, Scott, where yeah, I was also I could fuck around and not go to class and get A's, and that's why it was so fun because I spent most of my time just hanging out with people, and then obviously I was doing like work because I also worked throughout school.
You had
But
a
I had to,
baby, and I was working full time.
Wait,
yeah,
you
And it
had the
was
baby?
fine. Yes, I physically had the baby. This is my moment to let you guys all know
We
that
don't
I was
discriminate
born
here.
as a 6'5" female, and I was just like, well, apparently I have to go trans because I don't even pass in my own gender.
Okay.
No, yeah, Lector, you said you feel like you had a pretty easy experience with your undergrad.
Yeah, no, I it was actually like there were some classes where it was almost comical. Like there's one class I didn't even open the text. Like I still have the textbook shrink wrapped. I never did anything.
Should
Yeah.
have sold
And
it.
I should have, but I kept it, and I just went to I went to the tests and like turned in the shit, which was like comically easy, and you just through like Intuit, so multiple choice tests, you can normally just the way the question's phrased intuit the answer, and if you don't, you skip it, and then you go later on in the test, and then sometimes the answer to the question will be in some question the later on, like it'll be in the question later on, and so you can just sort of like without knowing anything, sort of intuit what the test is asking you.
No,
And
I got you beat. I got you beat.
oh
Okay.
boy.
All right. So this was undergrad first semester, right? This was a class just for one of my random credits that I had to get. Was a sci-fi book reading class, right? And I like sci-fi, right? You guys know that about me, right? But I don't like reading things like on a schedule. It's something I found out about myself. I really don't like to do that. And so I didn't do that. And so the professor, he says like, okay, so you're gonna read the books, right? And then you're gonna come to class, and I'm gonna lecture you, right? I'm gonna lecture you about like the thing about like the parts of the book that were interesting and what I want you to take away from this, right? And so like it's gonna be an open-ended test, right? Not multiple choice, open-ended test, but like you're gonna have to answer not how you would answer this, how I would answer this, right? And so to succeed in class, all you have to do is like go to the lectures, right? And listen to what he's got to say, and then like write like he would write. Here's the thing. I wouldn't read the books. But I did go to class, but I would fall asleep. I like
all the time.
All the
same
time.
position, just passing out. Yeah.
So I would fall asleep, right? And so like I would have like fucking nothing in my head. And then I would like do the test, right? Like I would like come in. I was like, well, what's this book about? I would ask my friend, like, what's this book about? He would give me like the barest rundown, right? Like he would give me less than what you get the blurb, like on the back of the book. He would give me less than that, right? The barest rundown. I'm like, all right, well, it will probably be this, right? A, right? And then like he would call on me in class, right? I had literally just been asleep. I had literally just been like, and I'm like in the front row. I'm in the front row. That's where I go.
Why would you? You fall asleep. Why'd you choose the front row? It seems like
I've done it a million times, right? But he pointed at me and he was like, "Okay, answer this question," right? Like he posed a question to me. I caught the question, right? And I'm like, da 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 da, and he's like, "No fucking lie, no lie, Lactoid," right? He stops the class. He's like, "Did you hear what Prime just said?" Perfect answer. Perfect answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think my aha moment of just how bad undergrad was when I was in my capstone class for my psych degree, right? Because I got a psych soc with a religious studies minor. And so I'm in my capstone class for psychology, and the teacher, the professor, it's like 80 people, I want to say, maybe like 90, somewhere around there, right? And she's like, "Who here has ever read Plato's Republic?" For the record, it was like the history of psychology. And so I raised my hand, and one other guy raises his hand, and she was like, "Okay, who here has ever heard of Plato's allegory in the cave?" And again, it was just me and him.
Mhm.
And I'm looking at the room and I'm like, these people are about to graduate with a 4-year degree in psychology. And they don't even have, they've never even heard of like basic concepts of like Western philosophy or anything. Like
It's
these
in high
people
school.
are, these people are completely unaware of anything academic whatsoever beyond the narrow field of bullshit that they've been taught in these classes. And this is a capstone. So everyone in this class is like, this is the last class they need. Maybe they have like one more semester of like some electives or something else to graduate. Like these are essentially like, these are the people that are like ready to go out and graduate with a bachelor's degree. Meanwhile, if you go to the doctorate program, it's a doctorate in philosophy. It's a PhD, right? Like you should, and you've never even heard of like Plato's allegory in the cave. Like they don't even, and I was just like, oh, okay, this is all bullshit. This entire thing is just a way to gain money and gain credentials so corporations can have people that are in debt that like think that they learned something, but they really didn't learn shit, so that they can then prove that they're dedicated to getting into debt, to getting a 9-to-5 cubicle job. Like this is not a fucking education.
So now maybe
Law
I'm an
school hits
idiot.
you like a truck, though. Law
I
school
feel
is
like
pretty different.
everyone here
Yeah,
is
for
like,
sure.
oh yeah, this was super easy. Honestly, and honestly, my undergrad was rough the entire time. It also adds in that I'm about to say, also adding in that I was a full-time athlete, and I'm sure that probably had some factor in it. But in other ways, I feel like because I was a full-time athlete, we had mandatory study halls as well. So you think that was like, oh, you were required to study. Of course, how often were we super diligent in there?
Were you in like a really, really well-funded student athlete program, or was it like, I'm not trying to be insulting, right? I just know like there's a certain level of like requirements and resources for like D1 athletes in like the school's basketball versus like, you know,
I mean,
the cricket team, you know what I mean? Like,
no, I mean, I played D1 college football, like so.
Okay, yeah. So that's
I
like,
didn't know that.
like, so you get a lot of resources and you also get a lot of demands, right? And you also have to spend a lot of time, right? Like you're spending a lot of time leaving.
Yeah,
right?
I'm about to say we have a lot of
Somewhere
meetings.
and
We have a
having
lot
to
of
catch up on schoolwork
places.
that you missed. You know what I mean? Like that does change things for you.
But so yeah, it was I mean, like I said, I got through it. I definitely had some classes. It was like, oh, okay, you can just kind of like, I'll show up when I show up and get through this. But honestly, my major classes ended up being a lot easier than than a couple of my prereqs. And I think prereqs are stupid. I think the concept of them are dumb. But I had I remember there was 2 classes in particular. I had tested out of all of my math classes through my ACT, thank God. But they still required you to take one. Like you had to take one class in college for as a graduation requirement. So I tested into like calculus 2, and I remember that my teacher's name was Mr. C. He was African, and he said that no one had ever made an A in his class, and he planned to keep it that way. And it was like fun for him. Like
those are the worst professors.
But he wasn't mean.
Pro tip to everyone going to college that may be watching any of the streams right now. Listen to me. In order to the new rules, in order to be able to, get federal student loans, is that full-time students require 15 credit hours. Okay. It went from 12 credit hours to 15 credit hours. Okay. This is what you all need to do unless you're in like your last 2 semesters. Sign up for 18 credit hours. Do not listen to the professors that say you have to have your textbook on day 1. They're lying to you. They just don't want to fucking deal with kids not having their textbooks. Don't buy any textbooks. Go to the first class of every single one of those classes. Wait until you find a teacher like Bam just described, then drop that class. Okay? You drop it after the very first day. You're not going to get charged for the class. You still have 15 credit hours. Then you go buy your textbooks, and you'll never have to deal with one of these fucking professors that's like, I don't fucking give out A's in my class. I promise you, if you do this one little trick they don't want you to know about, I promise you, if you do this, it will significantly increase your GPA. Just
after my second semester, I think whenever we had to go visit our advisors or whatnot, but really I picked all of my classes based off of rate my professor. Like, it was like, oh, okay, what does Ray, my professor, say about this teacher? Do we hate her? Do we love her? Are you there? Are they difficult? Like, and in some classes that were difficult, I really got a lot of value out of. Like, I wasn't afraid of difficult classes, but I didn't want it to be difficult for the sake of like busy work. Like, I wanted people like that were actually genuinely shaping me as an adult, which I feel like college did to some degree, but everybody's experience is different.
So with law school, it's the thing that sucks about it's curved. The grading's done on a curve, and so there's only so many A's that are available in each class that you can get. There's only so many B's, etc. And so it is a lot more like it's you can't just go like it's not like you just go in and then everyone gets an A. It's that if somebody else is doing better than you, then they're going to get the better grade and you're not. And so this kind of fosters a hyper-competitive environment where it discourages people working together and it really encourages like you got to fucking work for it. And yeah, I mean, it was a big change for me going from undergrad to that.
Well, what did you switch, or did you complete one prior bachelor's degree before that, or like you switched in between?
No, so in America, you get like a 4-year degree and then you go to law school for 3 years. So overall, it's 7 years.
Then what was your original bachelor's degree or undergraduate degree?
Political science.
Okay, okay. In that context, I can see you like literally the stereotype that Scott
just
described.
Well, I mean,
that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. I was like,
it's the pathway. If you think you want to be a lawyer, typically they tell you like, oh, okay, then you go on to political science, then you go on to law school. Like
I decided
that's
at the
like
very
the
last
old school
minute,
way to do it. That's the old school way to do it, but that's how guidance counselors used to.
Oh, you didn't know you wanted to be a lawyer?
No.
Really? Well, why would you?
I think he still doesn't know if he wants to be a lawyer.
Or did you start off college undecided?
I started off college actually as a biochem major, and I did that for a little while, and my grades were fine, but I really hated it. And political science was very easy, and I had a lot more time to not read. So I went with that instead, because that was the path of least resistance, and so I did that, and then I was like, well,
where the fuck is
in the end,
Ali? We're like bullshitting, talking about fucking like just podcasting about fucking colleges.
I had to go feed a cat. I said I was going to be late. Like,
you just typed in chat on my way. All right, bitch, show up.
Yeah,
show up so you can sit in the corner and eat your fucking meal. But at least you don't eat it like that fucking heathen Zoran with his fingers. All right.
Oh,
at least you learn how to use a fork and spoon. All right. Wow. So we love you. You're the right kind. Hurry up and get here.
Isn't that
Thank
crazy?
You for that racism. We appreciate that. We haven't had enough of it. Hey,
I told you I am racist. I'm just accurate with my racism.
Actoid. Do me a favor. Cancel your collaboration and let me send it, because it won't let me accept other people's collaborations. Like the thing won't do it.
All right.
Yeah.
Either
that or send me. You could do that or send me your link. Right. Your collab link.
I don't know how to do that. Just go ahead and send it to me.
Okay.
You did one semester of biochem, Lactoid?
No. Just so you know, when you click invite link, invite a guest, right? At the bottom it says invite link, and you can hit the copy button. You can send that to someone. Yeah. Just come on. Okay.
He said I was in poli-sci.
I was in poli-sci. I can't figure this shit out. Okay, I was hanging out with people. And I did biochem for probably like a year and a half, and I was doing other classes too, because they give you a bunch of gen eds that you have to do.
I'm about to say, were you in the prereq gen ed?
Oh wait, okay. So so obviously in the United States it's whatever standard is 4 years. Okay, so it's like so Quebec is unique in that at least if you do all your education in Quebec, actually university is 3 years, because we have a CGEP system. Because we in high school we go up to grade 11, but then so they've come up with a transition school, so to speak, of like they take the first year of university, the last year of high school, they combine it, and you do a 2-year CGEP thing. So I'm just trying to like sort of like correlate it to what that equates to here, which is
so
basically
you're in high school for 13 years, or 13 grades, kind of.
Well, effectively, yeah, as in pretty much like, yes, you complete 13 years of whatever second before actually starting university, as in high school ends here at grade 11. And so, yeah, they just take the last year of high school because it typically goes up to grade 12, at least for the rest of Canada. And they take the first year of university and they just combine
That's not
to this
that weird.
new.
But where's
You're-
it held at?
Like England does similar shit too, right? Like where
I'm
there's
saying,
there's like
but
a
is this he-
pre-college kind of situation.
No, I'm curious on just where is it held at? Is this
Yeah, where do you
something?
go?
Is this?
Oh,
held
it
at
is.
in your
It's CJFs.
hometown?
They're separate institutions. Like, yeah, a whole separate
Oh,
thing of
interesting.
institutions. Yeah.
That's fairly common in Europe as well.
Well,
Honestly, like it's not that crazy.
no, it's not about it being crazy. I'm just curious on what it qualifies as. Like, are you like, do people like, oh, I'm an adult and I live on my own and I go to this transitionary school, or do I still live at home with my parents and I go?
Yo, that's like an American specific thing that we're like, you're 18 now, get the fuck out of the house. Like that's not really.
What I could say is
that's not
I
really a
teach.
thing anywhere else.
Yeah.
I
Canada's
teach and tutor a lot of
Americanization.
CJEP students, and they are pretty much all university at home with their parents.
Okay.
Yeah, like and the same thing is true in Europe. But yeah, I got
lived at
an
home.
economics degree for my associates, and I took accounting, and I was like, there's no fucking way I'm getting a bachelor's in econ after knowing that I have to take more accounting classes. You want to talk about
Lactoid, hit accept.
that is the worst shit ever. It's
I
like, hey,
liked
would
it.
you like to have
It's hard.
hours of basic math? And I was like, yo, fuck this. Get home and it's like, what's 72 plus 13? What's this? It's like just like fucking like adding up fucking like sure, maybe there's some difficulty of like depreciating assets, but like the fucking basic accounting classes, I was ready to start a shotgun doing that shit.
It's
It
actually
was like,
part of my
why
double
am I
major.
doing this?
I about
But
to say, I'm econ was one of my double majors. I actually, I super like that. I like the
I
only
like the
reason I didn't
micro
go,
and the
I
macro
didn't lean all the
econ
way.
classes.
Yeah,
I wish
macro,
I did econ.
my micro and macro econ
Not too late, Lactoid.
ended up leaning me like that was my introduction to libertarianism. Funny enough, I had never heard any of these political positions before this point. And now I realize that he was an idiot. But when you're young at the time, and he wore like the twill jacket, like the professor jacket, and he had a beard. So when he says things, it makes you think like, oh, okay, this person is God.
This guy's got elbow patches. He
Yeah,
must know what he's talking about.
Because he said that like the government should only fund three things. He was like, they should fund the military, they should fund the roads, and they should fund. Oh God, I can't remember what the third thing was. But then I asked him, I was like, oh, what about?
You're right. That guy's an idiot. The government shouldn't fund those three things either.
Well, he wasn't
On
ANCAP, he
zero
was libertarian.
things.
But he, I was like, what about mail? And he was like, UPS does mail better than the post office. And I was just like, oh, okay. But now I realize the UPS doesn't do mail better than the post office.
Do you know why? Do you know why the post office delivers letters to your house? So
'Cause
there
that's
was
their job.
there was an
That's because they
They're,
have.
No.
they're paid to.
No, so for the longest time, the postal service never delivered anything to homes or like apartments or buildings, right? It was all you had to go to the post office to get your mail. And then an anarcho-individualist, who's kind of the forefathers of anarcho-capitalism, Lysander Spooner, who wrote the Constitution, No Treason, Constitution, No Authority. Sorry, which is a great read, Constitution and No Authority. He started a competing business with the post office, which was he did a subscription service, and then what he would do is he would go to the post office and pick up the mail on your behalf, and then take it home. And then a bunch of wealthy people and people in power that could afford this subscription service, especially, he started questioning the need for the post office because this was so efficient. And the post office was like not doing this, so the government came after him, made his business illegal, and then started delivering mail to your house. So I just think that's an interesting thing that you bring up the post office when like one of the forefathers of ANCAP is actually the reason that the post office even does what it does, because they felt threatened by the efficiency of the private market. Because
what if somebody lived? What if somebody lived 100 miles away at the top of a mountain? Do you think he would have paid the same subscription fee to deliver it?
No, of course not. I think that's part
post
of the
office
market
will.
mechanism. Yeah, that's why it's evil. That's because it steals money from you and steals money from me, so that we can subsidize retards that live out in the middle of mountains.
I don't even
to
think the
be able to
post
get their
office is
mail for some
subsidized.
fucking reason.
I think the post office is self-sustaining.
this post office has claimed to be self-sustaining for like the last 40 fucking years, and every time we actually look into their budgets, it's a goddamn nightmare, and we realize that they're getting money from a bunch of other sources. But yes, they do supposedly gain money in that, but even still, self-sustaining is kind of funny when UPS, it's illegal for companies to compete with them in certain services, such as bills and letters and things that they're not allowed to do. Now, granted, to be fair, right, just to be fair to your argument, it's also true that companies use this, and what they'll do is they'll charge you to deliver shit, and then if you live out in the middle of nowhere, what they'll do is they'll ship it from California to the local distribution center, and then they'll drop it at a local post office so that they don't have to drive out in the middle of nowhere, because it's absurdly expensive to deliver mail to people that live out in the middle of nowhere, and then they'll make the post office do it because the post office has to, right? So like there's a give and take there on that account. But yeah, no, I think this is just another form of welfare, right? It's a form of welfare that you tax productive people so that we can make the post office a right that everybody has, and then people that live out in the middle of nowhere have to then, like, we have to service them, and we have to have people that work for the post office, driving out to deliver 15 packages a day because they're going out to the middle of fucking nowhere, when in reality, right, homes should be even cheaper out in the middle of nowhere. And one of the reasons that your home should be cheaper should be this market mechanism of like, yeah, you're probably gonna have to pay good money to get mail delivered out to the middle of nowhere. We should let the economy handle that.
$10 from Alexander Wynn. Thank you for the super chat. He says, doesn't this have something to do with the fact that mailboxes are federally protected for delivery of mail? We wouldn't have the same protection any private company, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, but that's kind of part of the government creating laws that make it right. Like that's the government regulation saying this is our monopoly. Only we can use this box at the side of your road, and it's illegal for FedEx to throw a letter in your fucking mailbox, right? That's the government's fault that system exists. How is that like a protection from a private company? Like, I fail to see the protection of that, unless you think there's CCTV footage and drones everywhere making sure nobody's fucking with your mailbox. I assure you there's not.
That's the other thing I don't understand. Like, if you stay in, like, if anyone's lived in an apartment complex where you have like the shared mail center things, they'll definitely throw Amazon or whatever else in your box, like, because it's
well, no, that's the post office. That's so what's happening is very often, like, so I've worked at UPS before, right? I worked in like preload and then did like driver helper and stuff.
Me too.
And like I was the only one not doing cocaine there working on the slide, because that was an intense fucking job. The distribution.
You get up at like 4 a.m. and you don't know what time you get up each day. They hit you up like,
they just be like, today it's gonna be busy. Be there at 2 a.m. and you're like, fuck, man. So you're there at 2 a.m. and then you're just fucking putting boxes in cages and organizing them. Like, I always worked the slide. And it was like, anyways. So that's a lot of times you're getting Amazon or UPS or FedEx things that, like I said, that are going across the country to a distribution center, but then for whatever reason, their computer spits out that it's going to be cheaper or that it's going to be more efficient to just have the to pay for them to then pay the postage of the post office, but it's still going to be in that same container. But if you pay attention to like your Amazon package, it'll have like a random sticker on it or something from the post office, or a scan from the post office, because it's being dropped off in bulk at the post office that day.
$10 from Alexander Wynn. Yes, well, if somebody puts their hand in my mailbox, it's a federal crime. If somebody steals a $500 package, I have to prove there was something in the package, even if the person was caught red-handed.
Cool, I guess. I guess that's a form of protection. I mean, have you ever dealt with?
I'm pretty
like,
sure there's still
problems
laws
with the
against
post
that.
office.
I'm pretty sure there's like specific porch piracy laws in like most jurisdictions now.
Yeah, I don't know where he lives or what those local laws
true.
are. But,
I guess, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like maybe where he lives, you have to actually prove the value of the item, or maybe maybe where he lives, right? But maybe where he lives, the jurisdiction is like, okay, we need to prove that this is like grand theft larceny, or that it reaches a certain value dollar limit before like we put the resources to it or something. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, but
Well, this
I've
is why
dealt with the
traps
post office
should be
before,
legal,
and they're fucking
right?
horrible.
Like there is a private
Traps
like
should be
solution to
legal,
this.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you simply have enough people like rig packages to like like spikes shoot out or
Explode.
whatever. And exploding might be a little bit much, right? I don't want like collateral damage, but like maybe some kind of like guillotine. I don't know. Figure something out that'll actually like,
Just a
prevent people.
spike maybe
Yeah,
comes out
a spike.
of their chest.
To get,
It
like,
was
you're the
terrible
person
idea.
gonna put their head in the
Yeah,
package.
I had
so-
my dad booby trapped our
What is
basement
this?
because people. My dad booby trapped our basement because people wouldn't stop breaking in, because I lived in a really, really bad neighborhood, right? Like, to describe the best way to describe my neighborhood, so you know where I lived,
Uh-oh.
was that
Gavin Newsom
one time. Well, no, this is just true. I grew up poor as fuck.
Did
But
you play basketball and eat macaroni and cheese? And
no, I didn't eat macaroni and cheese. I didn't play basketball. Okay, I was a nerd, but I still grew up poor.
And he didn't do cocaine, at least during UPS times.
Not during. I mean,
not during
hold on,
UPS
pause.
time.
Hold on, pause. I still did cocaine. I just wasn't
Yeah.
doing cocaine
I
to get through the
specify.
shift.
I specify.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right. Like I wasn't like doing lines in the bathroom real quick so I could come back with energy to do more packages. I was like, what a waste of fucking cocaine is actually what I thought at the time. But anyways, so like in my neighborhood, like one time we had like a drive-by shooting, like like across the street, and then we called the cops, and they were like, "Was the shooting done?" And we're like, "Yeah, they left." And they're like, "Cool, well, then we'll send somebody over in the morning. We don't go to your fucking neighborhood at night unless we have a bunch of cops and resources, and there's an actual present danger." Like, we're like, "Well, what if someone's dying in the house?" And they're like, "We're not sending the cops to your neighborhood at nighttime. Like, that's not happening. Sorry, goodbye." And I was like, "Oh, fuck!" And that was when I learned as a child that that they don't necessarily have a duty to protect. But anyways, so we booby trapped our basement because people wouldn't stop stealing shit out of our basement. And right when we booby trapped our basement, my dad's Savannah monitor, which he had illegally, got too big to have in the house, so we had to like rehouse it in the basement. Which is Savannah monitor, by the way, is like the second largest lizard, just after
Yeah,
the Komodo
That's
dragon.
that's a giant mouth to feed.
Yeah, well, you feed it fetal pigs, right? We would feed it like shrink wrapped fetal pigs that were dead. And so we had a Savannah monitor in the basement, and then we had the windows were rigged to like shock you with like a charger for a John boat, like trolling motor for like a boat. And then we had spiked fucking like boards in front of the door to the basement. And like I don't know which of my friends of a friend broke into the basement, right? But it was very clear. Like all of my friends was like, "Yo, is there a goddamn alligator in your basement?" like they were like, "What is happening?" I was like, I'm not telling you who, but I heard from someone that broke in that you have a fucking alligator. I was like, "No, we have a Savannah monitor. Like, come check it out. He's friendly." He's not friendly, but he was friendly if I'm there. And I don't know. It's like that should be perfectly legal. One day it got out and it killed the neighbor's dog, and then it ended up at the Richmond Metro Zoo, and we didn't claim it.
That is a story.
All right. Well,
Fuck that guy was an asshole, and his dogs were fucking mean as shit. All right, but
Yeah.
they're still kind of fucked up. I feel
Tales
a little
from
bad
West
for 'em.
Virginia.
So
Okay.
I want to hear Prime because you had a really.
This was in Virginia, in Richmond,
Um,
in the city. All right, which is even worse.
It's maybe it is the South. Prime. So the quintessential like law school case on this trap question. There was a guy who rigged a shotgun in a cabin that he owned at the door that was locked. It was all locked down, boarded up, windows and everything. It was not easy to get in, but it had been broken in before, so he rigged a shotgun on a string basically. So if you open the door, the shotgun would go off. And so this guy
Like,
showed up.
so just to clarify, actually open the door, like turn the handle.
Open the door.
Okay.
It wasn't just turn the handle. So like you can try to get in and it's not going to go off.
Yeah.
You actually have to like pry off the boards and actually like break it in order to get it in. And so some thief like did that, like broke in. The shotgun went off, blew his knee out. Right, he fell down screaming or whatever. And the guy was in criminal trouble. The guy who set up the shotgun. The other guy did get a citation for theft. Right, only a citation because America or whatever. But this other guy got shot in
America.
the other guy, the guy who set up the trap got in trouble. Now, Prime, let me ask you, like, do you think it's just that I can't, on my own property, not an attractive nuisance, not trying to get people to break in, there's warnings on the building. Why can't I, just like I can keep a vicious dog or a Savannah monitor, why can't I set up a shotgun? What's wrong with that?
So,
just to be fair to the audience, you cannot purchase a fucking Savannah monitor
Good
legally
clarification. Okay.
without having a
Dog.
license.
The dog.
Don't
The
do
dog.
that.
The dog. Yeah. You can have like you can have a
just wanna point
big
that out.
Rottweiler. Beware of dog. It'll eat your face off. That's perfectly legal.
I'm gonna go look up a Savannah monitor in a second. I've been meaning to do that.
It's pretty giant.
But
They can get.
it sounds like it. It sounds
Well,
exciting.
it ate the neighbor's dog, so it must be pretty big.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, kill the neighbor's dog. They're like
What are those
Komodo dragons. They
coursings
bite it
or
and
whatever
then they
the
get
fuck
infected.
those dogs are? Those are pretty fucking big.
It's like a mini Komodo dragon, basically.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah. So, but to answer your question, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't have a to be able to rig that kind of trap, right?
Libertarian Prime. I like it.
I feel okay. I feel it might be a little
Slowly
different.
but surely. He's going to become a left Rothbardian pretty soon. I'm telling you.
He's gonna be a social libertarian. That's what he's gonna be.
I want to.
A sock lib.
I came into this right.
Vosh is a lib sock. Stop.
So, social libertarian, values, right? We talked about that before. But in any case, I would say it gets a little dicey if we're talking about like rigging a package that's on like the steps, right? Like that, or the porch, right? Like that would seems, I don't know. Like, look, if someone's stealing it, fair, right? You tried to steal it, but like, that also like tells me like a kid might come around and mess with it, right? Like, like wants to fuck around with it. Like, oh,
the kid, I've thought about the kid thing. The kid thing is rough. You would have to maybe if you made the package heavy enough that like a normal kid couldn't pick it up. But then like, what if you had like a really strong kid? I don't know.
Yeah, or a team of kids.
Yeah, although at the same time, I feel like they would never steal a package again if there was a bunch of them. You could just, probably.
Oh, maybe
they're
kill
all-
one of
if
them.
they're all dead.
It's just a bunch of like maimed children walking around. It's just like,
If you said an
telling the
example,
tales.
right?
I think the guy with the stink, the glitter bomb guy and the stink bomb guy, that guy
Mark
had
Rober.
a good idea.
Look,
Yeah.
I've had
Aren't
my
package
shit-
thieves like mostly kids?
No, I'm not. I don't think it's
Well,
going
it's
to
gonna
be mostly
depend
like under
neighborhood.
18-year-olds. Yeah, I mean, I know I've had my shit stolen. Everyone here, I'm sure, has had their shit stolen. But there's people who they'll just like drive around in a car, and this is like what they do, and they'll like run out, grab packages, and so they have legislation that like makes the penalties harsher or whatever. People still do it. I've still had shit stolen. I don't know. I think it'd be good to, at the very least, maybe
risk.
So at the very least, perhaps a compromise, because I'm in the spirit of compromise. Non-lethal traps, right? So maybe like when you pick it up, like pepper spray shoots out in your
stink
face
bombs
or something.
No, you want.
Like pepper spray. Like it's not going to kill you or like permanently maim you, but it's going to suck, right? I think that's reasonable.
Why
like
don't we?
that.
Why don't we
No,
just build
I-
more like how we build houses with mailboxes now? Why don't we just build houses with more lock boxes? But it can be something you scan. Like
Some people do that.
Some people put their own boxes.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
expensive, though.
they-
Decoy
they do
boxes
have-
and stuff like that.
That's fine, but we're just talking about the rights of the individual to be able to protect their property.
sure, but
Right? I agree with you that
if we
is
could
a
do something
solution.
that prevents it, like prevents people from having to like kill people. That's probably a
we
better
do
option.
have
I mean,
there
it's like-
there are special like lock boxes that people have where like only the Amazon delivery guy or whatever has a way to get into.
Mhm.
So like there are some countermeasures for this, but like even then the thing you presented doesn't work for every configuration of home. So it just
Especially
doesn't work
I
like
think-
apartment
I think there's
complexes, especially.
Well,
I think
apartment
there's a-
complexes, if they make them now, almost always have an Amazon Dropbox section.
I think
it's
there's
like a new.
I think there's a
feature.
deeper question here about like why we are becoming increasingly more comfortable with everything having to be locked away to prevent crime. I think that like when I go to I went to Food Lion the other day, which I don't normally go to, but it was just like grabbing something. It was like on the way, and they have all of the laundry detergent locked in cages, and I'm just like, you know, like I don't know, intuitively, right? I want to recognize that, like, you know, heuristics aren't always, you know, accurate, right? They're just the best means of what you have in a given situation without doing the research or whatever, right? So I don't know what the rates on, you know, theft of laundry detergent were 20 years ago or something, right? But intuitively, like, there is something disheartening and blackpilling and damaging to, like, the fabric of our culture and the psyche of the people involved when you have to get permission from a store worker to unlock your laundry detergent so that you can purchase laundry detergent. Because regardless of whether or not what the crime statistics show, I think this shows without a doubt that we are very rapidly losing the high trust society that we once lived in. And you know, I don't know to what degree people put stock in, you know, like Robert Merton's like Merton's broken windows theory and things of that nature. But I think that there is a downstream effect that's really, really not good, right? A lot of them when we are living in the society where we have to be like, well, okay, people keep stealing my packages. Well, then we'll just create ways to lock our packages up, as opposed to living in a society where you can throw some shit on a porch and have a reasonable degree of certainty that no one's going to hop in their car and steal shit off of your porch.
I
Yes.
agree. Go ahead, Brian.
So okay, I just two quick links, and I want to get to 2 super chats, and then I'm gonna go to our friend Corey. One, I just like would like kind of expand that to like this idea of losing the high trust society. Well, that's only for certain people. Other people, they never had that, right? Like they've been in neighborhoods where, you know, bars on the windows. You go to neighborhoods
Forever.
where
Yeah, I've lived in those
forever, right?
neighbors. Like, you
Yeah,
know what
no,
I
I
mean?
hear
Like,
you,
it's still
yeah,
different.
yeah. And you go to neighborhoods where, like, you know, you go to the convenience store and then they got like the plexiglass in front of
the
them, right?
bulletproof.
And then you go to other neighborhoods for like exact same stores, and then they don't have that, right? It says something about your environment. It says something about like how like you're expected to interact with others, what they think of you, and like, and not to, this is not an insult to the store owners, because like, yeah, there's actually lots of crime. There's a reason to have the bars, right? So I'm not denying that. Just saying that like affects that as well. So hold on, let me get these super chats out of the way quickly, and then we'll go to Corey, and then we'll move on. Alexander Wynn. Not only do I have $10, not only do I have to prove the value of the package, I have to prove there was anything in the box to begin with, which means they have to find the item on them. It's horseshit. Okay, interesting. So I guess that's for the police to take it seriously, or the police to make it a crime, I guess, right? To prove there was something in the package, which is interesting. Like, what if they like steal an empty box, right? But I wanted that box. Like, that box delivered to me. It's full of air, right? I wanted that air. Like, what if? Hey, what if Belle Delphine came back, right? And she farted in that box, right? And she like sent me the box. That's what I wanted.
Coming. That's next on the conveyor belt. That's coming.
To be fair, that would be a product that you bought, but I feel like maybe you just let that one go. You know what I mean? Like, maybe we don't involve the police. Maybe we don't let everybody know what we're doing. You know what I mean?
No, Scott. I gotta call the police, and I gotta detail an extreme.
You know what I mean? Like, maybe you just chalk that one up to a defeat. Fucking move on, buddy. You know.
No, I'm gonna explain to the operator.
It is a product with value.
I imagine it would be a low standard of evidence, though, for at least opening an investigation. Now, them actually tracking down the person, probably not high, but like, I imagine
they're not. No, I've actually been mugged. Right, and I actually went to the police headquarters, whatever, I don't know, station, and given a statement. Right, I remember like I'm like, okay, go through this book and try to look for guys who are familiar. Right, and like the guy, the officer in charge, wasn't even like talking to me, like, you know, trying to get information out of me. Just like, oh yeah, just go through this book or whatever, and like pick out who might be the guys, right? And then I was doing that, right, while he was watching football or something, some sort of sports thing. And then like I left, I was like, oh, I'm done. He's like, oh yeah, go. Right. And of course I never heard from them. Right. I actually got mugged and assaulted. And so like, I don't know, man, like it doesn't really matter.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Like,
I would say, where's the incentive of a police to do anything about it? Like, this is the problem with having police that aren't a paid security firm.
The private police would be on top of things, Prime.
Yeah, because you'd lose their contract. They wouldn't make money. Someone changed their profile to a fucking lizard.
You should have hired Blackwater.
Oh my god. Okay, FQ.
Is that a Savannah monitor?
Is that a
so,
monitor?
Yeah, pretty close to
Is
it.
that
I
a
believe.
monitor? Scott, do you think so?
Dude, this is
Vox.
when I was like 10. And you know,
Okay.
I'd have to like look. I'm not that good at like looking at pictures of memories from 25 years ago.
It probably
it is, yeah.
It probably looks like a fucking dragon in your head. But anyway,
yeah.
FQ.
I looked at some
Yes, it
pictures
is.
recently and was like, oh,
Okay.
they're not as big as I remember. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Because as a child, that thing
Oh
was
yeah, I see
huge.
the exact picture
Yeah.
he pulled it from. Yeah, this is a Savannah monitor.
She, FQ,
No,
very
I
queen.
will gender them
Looking lovely as always, right? Vox ran an article noting that post-COVID, streets were less crowded, making homelessness more visible, even though crime didn't increase. Post-COVID, streets were less crowded.
Crime
and
didn't
more
increase post-COVID is a wild.
Well, it
fucking
depends
claim.
where. If we're
But
talking like
setting that aside,
yeah.
I definitely could see the possibility that like homelessness relative to the people on the streets will make it feel right. Because if I don't really fucking have anxiety when I go out. I'm super extroverted, 6'5". Nobody really fucks with me. But like, yeah, if I see one homeless person and I'm in a crowd where I can see 100 people around me, or 2 or 3 homeless people, like it probably doesn't, I don't think anything of it. But if I see the same 2 or 3 homeless people and I'm on a street and there's like 3 people on the street, all of a sudden, like, yeah, my anxiety and my thought about homelessness is going to increase because relative to the population, it's going to feel like more of a problem. But yeah, I guess it's just more evidence of how the government fucked us all up psychologically with their authoritarianism, and lockdowns and horrifically unscientific legislation and procedures that they did during the COVID crisis.
Yeah, so like I'll comment on this quickly, then I'll go to our last super chat for now, hopefully. And also we'll go to our friend Corey because Corey's been waiting. But just quickly on this, yeah, like I don't know about the crime. The thing about crime is like depends on what you're talking about and like what they're asking about, right? Like specifically what crime they're asking about. But there's like an idea, right, that when things are disorderly, right, somehow that there's like a general chaos, so there must be more crime, right? Homelessness is an example of disorder in your world, right? And so when it seems more prevalent to a person, like that, they'll think like, oh my God, this neighborhood's falling apart, like it's literally just as safe and nothing else has happened. So that's a thing. So I hear you definitely on the homelessness. And that's like it's such a quick win, like an easy win for a politician, right? If you can just clear out the homelessness in a neighborhood, you don't actually have to make the neighborhood any safer. You can just like move them, and people are like, "Oh, my neighborhood has improved so much," right? So
yeah, it's removing trash, environmental cleanup during like snows and disaster, and removing homelessness are the homeless encampments are the 3 things that you can do to policy wise to gain the most in local elections, right? Because everything else is submerged. Nobody, like the average American is way too retarded to vote on anything, right? They shouldn't be able to vote. It's crazy that we let retards vote. And by retards, I mean all of you. And like, but even still, right? Like even like it's a very, very
Especially
small
those poli-sci
people.
Majors.
Especially
I should get at least 2 votes.
Especially. At least the
I think they have to take
normie
civics.
has, at least the normie retard has learned experientially and hasn't been fed propaganda and bullshit, right? The poli-sci major is more likely to have the wrong opinions. But anyways, yeah, but like, but yeah, just to piggyback off what you said, if you can clear homeless encampments, get rid of trash and get rid of, quickly get rid of like snow or like environmental things on the roads and stuff like that. That is like the biggest way for people to be like, oh, wow, this politician, he's doing stuff.
Alexander went $5. Need to go back to the old penalties for theft. People only get 2 chances, and the gloves come off, and the nubs appear.
Hell yeah, dude. Fucking branding for horse thieves, taking fucking fingers and hands. Let's go.
Let's go.
I do hate it.
I don't know.
Guess what? Irina wouldn't have been stabbed if motherfucker didn't have nothing but nubs. That's all I'm saying. All right.
Is that?
Well, what? Those hands might have been replaced by hooks. You don't know that.
The hooks.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wouldn't have sat next to a dude with hooks. She'd have been like, "What the fuck?"
We don't know
He's
that
got
either.
hooks.
That might have been her fetish.
But I wanted to give our friend Corey a chance, and then maybe we'll move on to like the actual topic.
Well, I just want to maybe quickly expand on what Scott said, which I agree with in terms of like, what does it say about our society if we like everyone needs a lockbox for the packages. And what I would invoke is, we've had conversations about, school safety. And that's one of the points that I push back on of like, there's a lot of, let's say, people bring up like, well, we should essentially just turn schools into like prisons, so to speak, like metal detectors, all that stuff. And like, I think the research, or at least limited research that I've seen that let's say bears out is that when you actually like take those, implement those safety measures, like whatever, increase cameras, metal detectors, school safety officers, that actually induces like the kids don't actually feel safer. It's like, what does it say to the implicit message to the kids of like, oh, what kind of school am I going to? Or like, what type of society or neighborhood am I living in that my school is effectively a prison? And I can see how that degrades trust.
We just need to put dads in schools.
I don't know. Like it's
I'm not opposed to
one
it.
of the things that we
Couple
just
of dads
we
fixes
cover
a
up.
lot.
I don't know. One of the things we just kind of moved past is the fact of like, we used to kill a lot of people. Like there used to be killers and like little kids dying in towns is like super normal in the 60s, 70s, and even more so before then. Like we do things, we make a lot of safety measures now, but I feel like we've dramatically brought down the number of people we kill as in response to it. I feel like in the old world wasn't better.
Not the 60s and 70s. Not the 60s and 70s, but the mid to late 80s and the early 90s.
No, I'm not talking about like absolutely. No, I'm not talking about like the crack epidemic or like wars. I'm talking about like how we used to hear about people having like, oh yeah, there's a killer on the loose in the neighborhood who's
right. But relative to today, crime rates and violent crime rates were significantly lower in the 60s and 70s. The 60s and 70s, however, is the beginning of a very large increase in crime, and therefore kind of what we're talking about here, right, is that it's all relative to what you know. So the 60s and 70s were so much significantly worse than the 40s and 50s that people began to panic and sensationalize. Also, the media started to change. Because obviously you don't have the 24 news hour cycle or anything like that, but like more and more like the shocking truth of the serial killer, yada, yada. Like, so it became more part of the cultural zeitgeist to talk about crime and fear and anxiety. Women started going into the workforce, right, which was probably the major cause for the satanic panic, because they're no longer home with their children. Rather, they're at work and they're having to trust their children to strangers. And they're letting their kids be raised by other people instead of raising their kids themselves. And so like, while that's happening, all those natural fears and anxiety. So like, but even still, the 60s and 70s, you look at the crime rates, they're nowhere near as bad as they are today.
Well, when we talk about crime rates, we're talking about like
the 90s.
I'm talking about like
I think we're talking about people who are charged with crime. Because I'm like, if you could say like, oh, there was low crime in the Wild West, but like that's because you solved a situation with a gun, you killed somebody, and it wasn't crime. You just like, oh, they figured it out.
Yeah, I mean that's fair to say that like the problem with that is that when you have a victim. And so actually the clearance rate, right, which is we have somebody locked up. Now we can say whether or not that person's innocent or guilty, we'll set that aside. But the clearance rate for violent crime has significantly decreased since the 60s and 70s. So in the 60s and 70s, we caught more murderers than we do today.
I see the data on that.
Usually we have the victim, right? I mean, obviously, people go in the national force and disappear, and we don't fucking know what happened to them. That still happens today, right? So it's not a perfect 1-to-1, but like we do have a clearance rate, and we do track clearance rates, and clearance rates were better before, even without DNA and things like that, because there was less crime and because we had smaller communities where people knew each other more. right? And so because they know each other more,
Yeah, it's like,
they
who
know
killed
when
Jim?
there's
Oh, probably Dale. Dale didn't like Jim.
or maybe right, exactly right. Or there's like a drifter came into town. You don't hear about a drifter coming into town in 2025, but in 1962, it's like a drifter came into town. I wonder if he's got another family he's running from. You know what I mean? Like it's a different time, but like people know when there's a unknown element entering their community, and that's part of living in a high trust society is that people are more communicative and more engaged and know more about what's going on. It isn't necessarily
Or they just
a
found
thing
a
about
black guy.
demographic crime. Or they just I mean
And
like,
he doesn't belong.
that's
He
less
doesn't
common
belong.
than media and activist organizations want you to believe, but it's not like it didn't happen, right? Like it's not like and it's also not like a white woman wasn't cheating on her fucking husband with a black guy and then got caught and then was like, I was fucking raped, you know, like that happened too, right? Like so I mean like, but it definitely happens to a lesser degree than the last Netflix documentary we watched wants you to believe, but it did happen.
Let's get started on the topic at hand. First of all, hey everyone, if you've been enjoying this content so far, a little preamble here. Consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs on YouTube. Or sorry, Twitch. Oh my god. You think I'd get these right at one point in time, but I really can't. On Twitch, right? Twitch. Consider supporting us there. You get our emotes, get ad-free viewing, right? Now those pesky ads popping up. It's big help to the channel. So consider supporting us that way. Follow the channel if you haven't done so yet, of course, right? And same one on YouTube. Consider using super chats. We put your super chats on the screen. We'll have a conversation about them. Especially if it's a really good one. Sometimes it alters the entire discussion, as you've seen so far. So if you want to support, that's a great way of doing that, and we'll interact with you. Thank you for the kind people who've done so already. And yeah, we'll get started now. So the topic of conversation is Argentina. And
oh yeah, congratulations, Scott, on Argentina. You won.
I mean, I didn't win.
You did it.
I mean,
No, you did, just like you had the baby.
I am absolutely super stoked about Javier Milei's LLA, right? La Libertad Azenza winning. What was it? Like something like 42%, which in a parliamentary or PR system, right? Like is a landslide fucking victory. For the first time in world history, the major party and the presidential power of a country will be run by libertarians. Obviously, they don't have a majority in the chair of deputies. I think it's believed
the House of Deputies. House of Deputies.
It's got a couple different names from when translating to English, but yeah. And they only have 20 out of the 72 seats in the Senate, but he has veto immunity. Argentina has a really special thing, a different thing, which I kind of like, which is Congress can overrule. They can veto the executive orders of the president if they reach a 2/3 on some things and a simple majority on other things. But this gives him protection from the 2/3 veto, so he can actually push through some of his executive orders. And it basically makes him impeachment immune. So hopefully we'll be able to see a lot more libertarian policies now that he doesn't have 15% of the government, but has well over a third of the government.
Are you mad that he's like pussying out and taking like a socialist handout from the United States?
Guys, we'll get to it.
We'll get to that later, man. Give him his flowers first.
Oh, that is a topic. I'm dumb.
But no, good. Listen, Scott. Like good for you. I'm glad I do see this as a victory for the boys. So and then, bro. Lactoid too, kind of. But like,
all right.
To be fair, LLA is probably closer to Lactoid than me, right?
I'm sorry. Finish reading the opening, Prime. Be a man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So the topic today is U.S. soybean farmers are in crisis. China, the world's largest soybean importer, has bought 0 shipments since Trump imposed tariffs against them. Instead, those sales shifted to Brazil and Argentina. Farmers as a group largely voted for Trump, and Trump was extremely clear about his plans to start a massive trade war, specifically with China. Now, soybean farmers are asked are asking for a bailout if the trade war isn't settled soon. Should voters be held responsible for their choices? What would accountability even look like? When they are hurt by the policies that were specifically part of their candidate's platform, should society be there to save them? Or do we watch as our fellow Americans suffer and accept any cascading consequences that arise? And credit to my friend Ali for getting me on this wavelength here. And just like dovetail to other things I want to talk about, because I did want to talk about the Argentina situation as well. Yeah, so in case you guys haven't been following this, but I imagine many people watching have been to some extent. Yeah, soybean shipments are zero. We're like done. No more of that coming out of the U.S. And like we were like, I think we supplied half their supply previously. I could be wrong about that, but I think it was like around like 52%.
Half of our supply, not half of their supply.
After that, our supply. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
But a massive. We sold like so much to them, and it was a big driver of those local economies, and that's gone right now. And this was in response. And my understanding is, and I could be wrong about this, and someone can correct me, is that part of how this is not quite like a boycott. My understanding is that China put high import taxes on American soybeans. Okay, yeah. So they put high import taxes.
68%.
So they're like, all right.
It's a 68% import tax on soybeans.
Thank you. Yes. So then it became not economical, and so they started looking to other places. Well, Brazil came had their arms open. Please, we're here to do business, and so now they're getting their shipments from Brazil and to a lesser extent Argentina. But like this is like a huge issue, right? Like because even if the trade war ends tomorrow, right? That doesn't mean those customers necessarily come back, right? Especially if it's not tomorrow and this lasts like into like the next year, right? Because if they order another shipment, well then okay, now we've established a trade route, right? We've established trust. Like you successfully sent me a shipment. You've established trust. Now you're my business partner. Why do I have to change back, right? It costs money to change partners and all that, right? To break those trade routes. So like unless those American soybean farms are offering some sort of a better deal, it'll be hard to get those relationships back. So this could be permanent damage. So yeah, soybean farmers are mad, right? Some of them are asking for a bailout. Should we do that? Should we bother with that? Because Trump was not shy about this trade war, right? He said it was coming, right? Like this, like there's other things he was quiet about. This he wasn't, right? He was very loud about this, and then and he did the thing, right? He delivered on his promise, and now these people seem to be upset about this. So yeah, I want to hear your thoughts on this. Let's start for our good friend Lactoid.
All right, I got a couple things to talk about. The first thing is, yay, Argentina. I'm highly supportive of the outcome of this election. I think it's great. I think their main opposition party, the Peronists or whatever the fuck they're called, they suck. Boo to them, and yay to Malay. So good outcome. The $20 billion loan that's going to be paid back with interest. Looking forward to getting that money back. That's going to be good. I think that in order to help support a true ally, right, such as Argentina, I think giving a loan that we will be paid back is more, even if imperfect, is more reasonable than giving $200 billion to a tin pot dictator in Eastern Europe. I think that's like not a good idea. But of course, whenever that takes up money, there's no problem. There's no problem. You just hand out money all day. So, as to soybeans specifically, there's a couple moving parts here. So I think that the idea that soybeans are doomed is kind of overstated, to put it mildly. So if you look at like soybean prices, they go up and down in a pretty standard way. There's not this massive collapse. In fact, they've remained. There's obviously deviances, but they've kind of remained in the same, between 10 and $17, basically between this kind of medium, going back to 2008. And then before then, they were sticking around between $10 and looks like $4 or something, and they basically stuck around like that back into 1975. If you look at soybean futures, the major drops in soybean futures was happening in 2024, before the election. So they had a massive spike following COVID, as obviously demand was much higher than supply, and now they're kind of going back down. They were lower. The future pricing was like considerably lower even in 2018 and 2019, and then obviously going back even before 2016. So to line the current state of soybeans up to any specific president or any specific policy or any specific action right now, I don't think that's super fair. As of today, soybean futures are up slightly because there appears to maybe be a deal coming down the works, and I don't disagree that China buys a lot of soybeans, and so maybe that might increase it. But it's not like that. The actual soybean farmers or the people investing in soybeans are thinking that soybeans are done. They're doing relatively well. I guess not well, but decently right now, and better than they have in the past, even before shit like this is happening. So do I think then that the soybean farmers, we should all point and laugh at them, ha ha ha? Well, I mean, you can criticize the tariffs, that's fine, and to some extent, yeah, there's going to be like temporary price shocks that are associated with any kind of policy, and that's absolutely true for tariffs. I don't think that soybean farmers are going to be, or I don't think that it's every single time there's going to be some kind of price fluctuation to say, oh well, I bet you regret everything that you voted for now. I think that in probably 6 months, the soybeans are going to be fine. The farmers are going to go back to how they've been operating. Yeah, I think this is overstated, again, to put it mildly.
Thank you. Scott, please.
Yeah, so it's in the banner, but it's not really in the topic. But so I guess I'll just address it quickly. I'm sure we'll talk about it some. Hell yeah, Argentina. Super happy. Obviously, I just said that like right before the topic started. This like, I do find the way the media is reporting on Argentina to be like, and this deal to be like, it's very funny how like when certain things occur, it's always convenient, especially the liberal media, where they magically become libertarian when it allows them to like attack Trump or attack the right. And then, anytime it's for any of their other socialism, they're very pro-socialist. It's very funny to me, right? Because like from a strict libertarian perspective, you could say that, this was a bailout for Argentina. But I challenge anyone to find a deal for currency swaps, which is what we're dealing with here, right? Reported by the media in the last 20 years as a bailout. You're not going to fucking find. Maybe you will, right? And I'll eat crow live if you can find a currency swap being like talked about by all these media organizations as a bailout when it's not what a traditional bailout is, right? Now, obviously, Argentina did get an IMF loan a little while ago. You could consider that a bailout, and from a strict libertarian perspective, you might consider a currency swap as a bailout. But we have a $20 billion deal. Argentina has utilized $2 billion, and what they have done is they have given $2 billion equivalent of pesos to America to hold on to, and then taken $2 billion in US dollars. And what that does is that allows America to offshore some inflation, right? The more countries that are holding on to currency is a reduction of money supply in ours, which reduces inflation and and stabilizes the market to the global market so that we can offshore inflation, while at the same time making investors less scared in Argentina, because the market and inflation was starting to get bad heading up to the elections, because all of the investors were worried that the libertarians wouldn't win and that the socialists would gain power again. So they had to pull money out, and the economy started doing poorly because they were worried that the Peronists would win following the Buenos Aires election that showed that there was some support for bringing back the socialism that ruined Argentina for so long. Luckily, that didn't happen, and that's in part due to this deal, which you could say rescues them. In terms of the soybean thing, which is the actual topic, right? You know, for all of the farmers that voted for Trump, I kind of just have to laugh and say you get what you deserve. Like it's just kind of funny that you thought starting trade wars from this guy that was running on tariffs was somehow going to be good for you, especially when your main business is exports. Like, it's just like, I mean, like, I kind of get some people that are into domestic manufacturing being like, hell yeah. But like, if you're an export business and you voted for Trump, I'm just like, dude, you get what you deserve, you fucking retard. Right. But also I kind of did want to just to piggyback off of what you had said, Lactoid, absolutely. Right. Futures is a much bigger part of farming than any other industry. And the reason is because, you know, when you are a small to mid-sized farmer, you know, and you only have like, like $20 million, 30, 40, $50 million of property, which sounds like a lot, right? But that's actually like below a 6-figure income salary for a farmer. When you live and die not by by getting futures, right? By selling your product before your product actually comes to fruition. And you let the big brains at hedge funds kind of figure out what the market's going to do, because that's their specialty. Your specialty is growing the shit. Also, so like the futures will probably get some type of deal or something. There's this like idea of, oh, well, will China stop buying, American, like maybe it'll never return kind of thing. Well, two things to that. Number one, if that was likely to occur, then the futures would be down, right? Like if that was actually a significant threat, then you wouldn't have, you wouldn't have the investors that are experts in this, right, maintaining money in that, most likely. I'm just saying, like, obviously that's a bit of an appeal to authority, but it is evidence that the people that know what they're talking about seem to believe that isn't necessarily the scenario. And the reason most likely for that is that there's a difference between Brazilian and American soybeans. American soybeans are actually slightly more expensive than Brazilian soybeans, right? Brazilian soybeans are produced with like land rent systems. They're subsidized heavily by the state, and therefore they're cheaper to purchase than American soybeans. And Brazilian soybeans tend to have more protein in them, right? So if you're making tofu, or you're making things that you're selling to vegans, or you're trying to do some protein supplement or something, you probably want Brazilian soybeans because they have a higher protein yield. But American soybeans have less moisture, which kind of affects the price, right? They're easier to store, and they have more fiber, but more importantly, they have more soybean oil. And so if you're making soybean oil, which a lot of cooking and a lot of things are doing, you need American soybeans more than you need Brazilian or Argentinian soybeans. So even though they're the same product, they're not the same product. And so this is hurting China to some degree as well, because even though they're buying this cheaper thing, they're not getting the quality product that they want. They're getting a different product and then having to like do less efficient systems. And so this is just why tariffs are a bad idea. It fucks over China, fucks over America, it fucks over farmers, it fucks over everybody. And so if we don't get a deal soon that maybe in the long term benefits us more than what we were doing before, then this is just another L for Trump.
Let's go to our good friend Corey.
Yeah, I'll probably keep it brief. Where I echo Scott's sentiment, although a little bit not quite as harshly. Where it's like, yeah, what are your expectations? Assuming, let's say, majority of farmers voted for Trump, but I don't actually know if that's true. But if in fact it is true, then yeah, what is the expectation? At the end of the day, do I think that they should be bailed out? My answer is no. And I'll say the rest in the opening. I'll leave it there for now, or rather, in the open panel.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, thank you. Let's go to our friend Ali. And Ali, thank you again for being so kind as hitting me up. Ali does it all the time. He hits me up with topics, right? Gets the juices flowing, because sometimes they don't otherwise. But Ali's always just trying to help out the show. So I just want to give him a little special shout out. So go ahead.
Thank you.
Flowing? Hey, yo.
That's what I do. That's what I'm here for.
All that soybean oil.
Yeah. I mean, this is, I don't know much about fucking soybeans, and if the farmers they need a bailout, I don't know, fucking bail them out. I'm this whole idea of like holding voters accountable for their vote I don't like it, because we say all the time that these, voters are idiots. The average person's a moron. Scott was calling them retards earlier, and he was saying all of them. No one should be able to vote. But the fact is, like, we do, right? And I'm just like, I'd like to see people be less fucking obsessed with their team, obsessed with their side. I was kind of hoping this would happen when the Democrats lost, right? When they lost to Trump, right? I didn't think they would turn around and blame the voters, right? I thought they would look inwards and talk about like things they could have done to improve, but rather not. No, we just get infighting. And so yeah. So we just got infighting. I thought that was nasty. Listen, I'm new to this politics thing, Scott. But like the same thing with people who voted for MAGA. I'm not a big fan of saying like, oh, they get what they deserve, because at the end of the day, like, this is still one country, right? We have to live here, whether the other side agrees with us or not. We all end up dealing with the consequences, right? If half the country gets fucked, the other half is going to be fucked too. So this whole cycle downwards, I'm not a big fan. And actually, I'd rather hold the politicians accountable, and I join together in doing that, rather than fucking fighting each other and destroying each other in debates, just trying to get owns on the libs. That's kind of where I'm coming from here.
Oh, okay, and thank you for that. Let's go to our good friend Bam.
Yeah, I don't completely disagree. I disagree on everything except for what matters. Voters should be held accountable, because we exist in the country, and you can't, like, the decisions when we do things, they have consequences that affect other people. And you can decide, we can't just decide when it affects you. Oh, wait a minute, this thing shouldn't be this way. Like, everything shouldn't be this way. So yes, in ways and means and abilities that voters do F around and find out. In most cases, I believe, yes, they should feel and understand those consequences, because it's the only way that you can learn and grow. Sometimes you just got to touch the hot stove. In regards to our farmers in particular, no, they should be bailed out. And it has nothing to do with them. It just happens to do with the fact that they're in an industry that is worthy of protection for the interest of the United States as a whole. And like, as many times as messed up as it sounds, because there's like a negative cycle that it ends up creating. Anyone involved in the farm industry, really agriculture across the board, anyone involved in agriculture, anyone involved in banking, anyone involved in let's say food production, like there's a few sectors within the United States economy. The tech industry is actually becoming one of those sectors now that the economy is so heavily based upon. And it's necessary for some of these people's self-good that it wouldn't be in anyone's interest to see them fail. So that's just a reasonable reality of it. Like, airports is another thing. You can't have airports just fail, like, because people need to travel. But as far as just the concept of what these people voted for, are they farmers? Absolutely. I understand that they're also humans that don't vote based off of necessarily strictly their occupation, because most people don't vote strictly off of their occupation. They voted because they wanted to get out who they considered to be the bad people, and that's that was the government trying to shut me down again.
Yeah.
Yeah, they voted for who they thought was the bad people, who they believe are trans people, immigrants, and black people, because that's what society's told them, and that's the way that they move. And they've always voted Republicans because their daddy voted Republican and their granddaddy voted Republican.
I can just
you done? Wait, no. I'm jumping in real quick. So the only people who should feel what I heard, Bam, was the only people who should deal with the consequences of their vote or suffer the consequences of their vote are the average people, and not the people who are rich enough to evade by getting a bailout. So if you're rich and you're in industry, you don't have to suffer the consequence. But if you're an average, everyday person, you should suffer the consequence.
Yes. largely. If you want to simplify it, yes. But I'm about to say more broadly, it's not necessarily about being rich.
Why would
It's
you
just
bite
about
that bullet?
it's about being in an industry that's more that's necessary for the existence of for the prosperity of the United States.
So they can make whatever decision they want, and we all have to deal with it. But then they should get bailed out because they're industry, so they're not culpable for their vote more than the people who
it's
don't
them
have.
failing. It's them failing makes lives worse. Let's say we know when we talk about the 2008 financial crisis, like some people argue that like, oh, we should have let the banks in the United States go under, and it's like, well, of course we shouldn't have let the banks in the United States go under. Let's say because
we should have let the people go under. True.
Letting the banks fail is
sorry to be clear. Okay. The argument that some people might have said like
some people do make the argument that
no. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, some people made the argument that like
they're here.
The banks just okay. The banks just fail, right?
I was like, what the fuck, man? Too big to
like
fail for everyone. What the fuck?
Sure. Oh, hold on. No. To be clear, well, you know me. I want to break up the banks, right? I want to break up the banks. I want to the investors take a haircut on their investments, like fuck them, right? But the more logical argument that people were making, right? And this was an option. This was an option Obama had on the table, that's presented to him. He didn't take, right? So instead of directly paying the banks, instead you pay the home owners, right? The ones who had the loans, right? You pay through them. The banks do get the money, right? Because they got to. They want. The homeowners want to pay back their loans, right? They don't want to destroy their credit, right, by defaulting on their mortgages. So it goes straight to the banks, but it less efficiently gets there. And the banks still lose out on a certain level of investment. But the banks don't necessarily go under on that situation. And the homeowners, right, get to keep their homes.
But they shouldn't keep their homes. That the homes, them having the homes was the problem.
But that's not. But
someone who loves, like I'm saying that they can't afford the homes is the problem.
Kind of base today. That's a good point.
No, it's not. That's not the problem.
It's actually it kind of was the problem.
No. The problem before was them getting the homes, right? Like the problem before is that they can afford the homes.
They can't afford it.
But the problem before 2008 was that they got the homes in the first place, right? The problem during 2008 and after was that all of a sudden all these homes are going to default, right? That's the issue. So that's the thing that we should have been trying to.
But why are they defaulting?
And the massive economic crisis that comes when you toss like hundreds of thousands of people out of their homes all at once, right? That was the big fall. We avoided that, right? While still giving that still gives stimulus to the banks. And then so it stabilizes the banks and it stabilizes the homeowners. It does all of that, right?
But
the investors aren't so happy with that. And that was a big
kicks the can further down the road. The people still
can't afford it. Okay, sorry. We'll have to talk about it later. Sorry. It's gonna
I'm not even like a right wing thing about it. I'm saying that like next month, what happens?
Let me go buy this New Jersey home
but the mortgage
in the ghetto for $250,000. It needs $800,000 worth of work.
The mortgage could be paid off.
So we're gonna buy everyone in the United States a home?
No, not all of them, because not all of them failed.
So Prime. So can I clarify something? Just about this, like
I originally wanted to clarify something too, like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
You know the bailout, the 2008 bailout was a loan, right? That was paid back to the government with interest.
So
are the homeowners going to do that? Are the homeowners going to do that?
The homeowners were going to pay their mortgages. They wanted to pay.
No, weren't. You were just saying that they were going to pay it.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
They weren't going to pay their mortgages because they weren't paying their mortgages.
About the money. The money isn't the problem for me, right? It was the mass economic devastation that happened, right? Of the people. I don't give a fuck about the banks, right? That's a secondary order thing for me.
They shouldn't have got given the loans, right?
Correct. I've already said that, right? A lot of them shouldn't have gotten the loans in the first place. I agree. There was a scam to get them into those loans as fast as possible. But whatever.
Let me clear this up. Clear this up super quick. Like, what was the interest rate on those?
Everyone's got to clarify something.
I think Corey still needs to go.
What was the interest rate on
I don't know the exact. We did make a profit. I don't remember the exact interest rate percent though.
Right. And then let's compare that to asset inflation on the housing market before and after.
Well, the value of housing collapsed. Yeah. Like it was not
not short term, long term.
well, no. By the time that they had to pay the government back, homes had not recovered.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I
So there's-
understand that, like if we go beyond that, before after
the
they had to pay the
government's not
government
a
back.
business, right? Like one of the downstream effects of bailing out Wall Street has been asset inflation, especially when the Federal Reserve propped up the U.S. economy by then engaging in quantitative easing and buying real estate.
Yeah,
sorry, Corey.
Lactoid.
No, stop.
I do want to talk about this. I want Corey to go.
No. I don't know why you're laughing. At the
You
very
said stop.
No, I said right. I said stop because yes, when you get to the housing, housing prices as of late have gone up significantly. Following 2008, the housing value dropped significantly, and the housing prices did not recover until the banks had to pay until before the housing prices didn't recover until after the banks had to pay us back, and so we made money off the bailouts. You can say it's still wrong, and there's definitely criticisms to be had against the banks for
we didn't
getting
make-
into
No, don't respond to that.
didn't make
Just
money.
let Corey go.
we did. Like
he must have one
overall, we
comment
made
to
more
make.
money. off
The
banks.
government is not a
Corey, you
business.
just have to
They
start
didn't make
talking.
money.
Okay,
It's
the
time.
taxpayers. The taxpayers made a little bit more back.
'Cause I wanna
That
have
was
this
then
conversation with Evan.
wasted on
That
other
would be
shit,
really
I'm
cool.
sure.
I'll let
Okay?
Corey go, but nah.
So
That's
yeah, we're gonna
insane.
go to Corey, but quickly before he says something, I was just gonna quickly say, right? Like I didn't mean to. Well, I mean it was Bam's fault that we're here. But like I didn't mean to escalate this, but just understand that like the 2008 financial crisis, there are a few things that like drive me to more rage, more like anti-liberal rage than that crisis, right? Like it pulls out of me, right?
I feel you,
and-
Prime.
and then the genocide of the Gazans happened, so it got replaced. All right, let's go to our friend Corey.
I mean, it's probably gonna end up coming back around because I'm going to engage with Bam. Because I wanted to clarify. Maybe I didn't hear you correctly, but although based on what you said afterwards, I think I'm pretty sure I know the answer. But so you said during your opening that no, the soybean farmers should not be bailed out, or they should be bailed out.
Yeah.
They should be okay. But then how does that, at least in my mind, track with like, because the analogy that you used is like the child touching the stove, and like the child needs to touch the stove to like learn the lesson.
Right.
And so then, but
It's
aren't
not
you
the-
then?
They won't learn.
No,
They don't have to learn. They're
yeah,
industry.
no,
Corey.
yes. If you're in because hurting them ends up hurting everyone else way worse.
Oh, but you could argue, but I can also argue. I'm not a parent, but so maybe I'll let Scott elaborate. But I assume most parents don't enjoy seeing their child touch a hot stove. But then at some point, like the child's going to continue to do it, it's like, well, you got to learn your lesson at some point.
Sure,
But that's
but
I'm
not if you're
just-
industry,
Pause.
Corey,
I'm not
not if you're
pro
a
children
conglomerate.
touching hot
No,
stoves.
stop it.
for
I
record.
did not say that. I was no wait. Can I?
He's dealing with
let me
me.
wait. I'm going to start talking. I'm going to start talking. Just like you said, Bam. Of like, I think the experience of like a parent watching their child touch a stove is painful for the parent, as they don't want to see that happen. But maybe at some point, okay, if the child is still doing it, it's like, well, they might have to learn their lesson, type of thing, even though it's going to be painful for them.
It's
Like
a
at
terrible analogy. Pick a new
No,
analogy.
no,
This
it's
is a
not. It
terrible
was not.
analogy.
It's a perfect analogy. The reason being, a parent may not like it, but eventually the child touches the hot stove and they learn a lesson. But a parent's not gonna keep letting let a kid run out in the road over and over again and say, well, eventually they got hit by a car to learn.
Oh,
a
you
lesson.
think soybean farming is the analogy to a child dying?
Yes, I think
Okay.
recovery. I think
That's the disconnect
recovery. Yes, I'm saying I think that support for bailouts for anyone regarding the agricultural industry, is necessary because once we lose that industry, it's really really hard to come back from. It's a reason like the government has an interest in protecting anything related to our food.
Couldn't you arguably say that just about virtually anything? Like
No,
whatever
there's certain-
microchips or microprocessors and national security and like just like
Well-
anything with to do with the military manufacturing?
Yeah, I didn't say it was just so.
He said
I literally said yeah.
industry. He said
I
all
said yeah. There's
industry.
But
I
you
didn't
could
say all,
extrapolate
but
to
there's-
any of like every
If you
industry
make
then.
money,
to bail
if
them.
you're a grocery
No, if-
store
if-
owner,
if you do something with like I don't know.
What about the auto
If you sell
bailout?
fitness
Was that-
pills,
was that-
like
was
if
that-
you're like if you're like I'm in the fitness industry and I sold a pill that ended up fucking people over, then like your industry you can go under, like because like your workout videos aren't in the interest of like U.S. national security. Like there's industries that exist that
As long as
don't
you're a
need to be
large
bailed
enough
out.
business, Corey, if you serve mass people, then you have to be bailed out, and you should never suffer any consequences.
So like
You
I
can suffer
assume,
the consequences, but you
assume
still should
then
be bailed out.
that the auto bailouts you were in favor of as well.
Yeah, for the most part. I was about to say I'm less so when those are more related to employment more so than like the idea of the United Americans wouldn't figure out how to have cars other places.
Oh yeah, but you shutting down any industry is going to, just like with your supplement, like that's going to put people out of a job.
No, it's not enough.
What?
They'll be fine.
Oh, okay, so there's some
It
sort
has
of
to be its scale.
Yeah, it's going to be a scale. There's going to be a threshold. And I feel like, and I think that's like real life. The government does make decisions based off of that.
I think we all subscribe to this to some extent.
So this is
right. Like if all defense manufacturers were going to go to business, like when global tensions were kind of high, I think you guys would want to stop.
Subscribe to what?
I said like global,
PewDiePie.
like what?
I understand the joke. Yes, we all subscribe to PewDiePie.
I'm sorry. No,
He's
I don't.
I think that's a joke.
I'm subscribe to racist. Let's go. Yeah, sorry. Would you say Lacto? You all subscribe to what?
I don't even. Did I say the word?
The idea
subscribe?
that like there's a scale
Oh.
that
Yeah,
should bail out certain things and not bail out small.
Sure.
things.
Like the example being like if we're on the precipice of some kind of like global conflict, and the weapons manufacturers for some reason like were dramatically overhyped and then like crashed, I think that could be there could be an argument there to bail them out.
Even if they did something stupid,
Yeah.
like national security would say they're like, oh, okay, well, it's probably not good to let.
Even if
Bam's
they do
argument's
something
it's not
intentional.
illogical. But no, even if it's like 'cause the argument is, yeah, like they fucked up, maybe they should be punished somehow. But like this industry is critically important for America for XYZ reason.
Yeah, but are the people not
So-
critically
so
important? So like
this
if
is,
if
some
the
people
idea is
aren't.
that we
What
hold
my
voters or like
question was that
citizens,
I've been waiting for,
yeah,
so
go
I'm
ahead.
just going to go. Yeah,
Some people
because it was
aren't.
actually kind of pertaining to this because I'm actually kind of actually maybe somewhat pleasantly surprised that Corey is on my side here, right? Because usually you seem to be very very okay with government stepping in to the market to regulate it for the safety and
Hey,
security
I'm with you with
of
IP,
people.
right?
Yeah. So, but I think it's very interesting here, and I think this has kind of illuminated that, right? Of the contradiction that is necessary that one needs to believe, right? You need to believe in falsity and be irrational to be pro bailout of any industry. Like you cannot be a rational being and believe that. And the reason is because there is a contradiction here in the terms of like what is what is a critical job, right? Like we saw this so deeply with COVID, where everyone tried to all these different governments tried to figure out what is a necessary job, what is a critical job, what is these jobs are actually important. And I think most people notice, even if you don't have a strong understanding of economics, that every job is critical, that the economy is built upon all of the jobs in the economy, that that restaurants are critical infrastructure, right? That waitresses are critical infrastructure. Because when you close down restaurants and people can't go out to eat, well, then that's less money flowing in the economy. And when there's less money flowing in the economy, guess what? Waitresses go out of business and then they start asking for fucking welfare because they don't have any fucking job. And instead of going out and spending money and buying products and supporting other businesses and supporting other industries and having economic growth, you have people that become net negatives on the economy because they're at home instead of out making, instead of out increasing the number we all love, that GDP number go up, right? Instead of that, we have the exact opposite. We have government spending to subsidize them. That money comes from sectors of the economy that are supposedly critical, and we're not producing things. Everything within the economy in a capitalist economy or a capitalistic economy depends upon everything else. Every job is supporting every industry because you need money to buy things. And in order to have money to buy things, you need workers in the service industry. You need workers elsewhere. And so this idea of like this arbitrary means of like, oh, this sector of the economy is actually super important is exactly that. It's arbitrary. It is like what is happening in the soybean market is that it is responding to market manipulation from socialist policies of Donald Trump. That is what happened. Right-wing socialist and commie piece of shit Donald Trump, because that's exactly what he is is he's engaging in fucking socialist disruptions of our market. The only difference is it's right-wing socialist. Maybe we'll call it like, I don't know, like it's focused on the nation. Maybe we'll call it like national socialist policies, right? What he is engaged in, right? And this new term I just made up, national socialist policies, right? To protect is having the exact opposite effect. It's not positive to the things. And then bailouts is like, well, then let's do another socialist policy, steal from other sectors of the economy. It's like, yes, it is. It's absolutely true that our agriculture is a big part of our economy. But in order to subsidize, in order to bail out that industry, you have to take money out from other places. And even if it's a loan, even if it's a loan, well, what is happening is one of two things. Either that's taxes, more taxes from other sectors of the economy, which could be productive in the economy, but now no longer will be productive, or it's an increase in the money supply, which means inflation. It is not possible for the government to take resources from their most valued means out somewhere else in the economy, distribute them to less valued means, and then say, oh, well, we actually came out ahead, or it's actually good that we bailed them out. We protected this infrastructure. There's only one solution to alleviate the problems in this economy, and that's to drop these stupid fucking tariffs.
Yeah,
I mean,
Lactoid.
I don't think that tariff, like, I know that you go into the argument of like tariffs are inherently bad. Like, my issue with Donald Trump's tariffs aren't because tariffs are bad. It's just because of his choice of implementing them, and his goals are contradictory to one another. Like, he wants to bring back American industry, but he also wants to reap in tariff revenue.
I'll meet you halfway, and I'll say this. Tariffs are bad. Donald Trump is proving that some people can be even more retarded in the way that they make the bad tariffs work.
Okay.
Like, tariffs are always bad. Donald Trump is very fucking negligent in his economic policy and trying to make them somewhat. And it's because he came in like a bull in a china shop, right? Like, it's hard to see the damage of tariffs. Right. Well, yeah, right. Like, it's hard to see the damage of tariffs to a large degree when it's just like steel tariffs, right? Like in his first term. Like, you don't really see a massive impact because it's a small sector of the economy. Obviously, there's big consequences. But when you come in, you're like, I'm going to tariff the world, right? Then it becomes very obvious how damaging tariffs are, and the implementation can be even worse than targeted tariffs for trade deals and things like that, which maybe you could argue from a consequentialist perspective potentially has a long-term success if it means free trade in the future and better deals, et cetera. And in that trade-off, but the way he is doing it is they're always bad. They can be used to force better things as a negotiation tactic to get free trade. Sure. But the way he's doing it is just doing it like tariffs are good.
Go ahead, man.
No, you're good. We're good.
I just wanted to ask you, like, so from what I understand, let's say, for example, I think Blockbuster roughly at its peak was like, 100,000 employees, give or take, and, had thousands of stores. Let's say if it was like twice that size, like, would you at some point be in favor of like bailing out Blockbuster just to preserve those jobs in that industry?
So
or keep like 200,000 people like employed?
That alone isn't a sufficient enough factor. Like, there's a world where the answer is yes, but there's other things that change.
Like, everyone in America is working at Blockbuster.
Well, yeah. In that world, absolutely. But
you want UBI, basically. You would want UBI.
No, I'm saying, like, if that's the scenario, then yes. If this is the only job, then yes, we should probably do things to keep people in the only job. But I'm saying that the things that, like, it's not just the number of people working in the industry, although that's also a factor. It's also where is the world heading on this thing. One of the main reasons Blockbuster was like, oh, okay, this is going out of business, is because we also the cards were on this, like, what is it? The cards are on the sign. I don't know. Whenever you can look out to the future and realize that, like, okay, we're also going to a streaming industry. So this is a natural, like, I guess a natural death. Like, we're going to transition out of this. So this is an industry that can fail versus like right now we use, somebody brought up, maybe it was you was talking about chips or food. Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, we're not in a place where we're still going to need these as long as we can foresee.
Well, I'm pretty sure you can survive without soybeans. I don't know for sure, but I'm highly confident You can
Aren't you
survive
vegan?
without soy.
Your ass isn't surviving without soybeans.
I'm pretty sure we use soy in a lot of stuff actually,
We
but
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well, 'cause
I don't think that still
processed fucking
refutes my
poison,
claim
like
of like
1,000
you
fucking
can,
ingredients.
you
Well,
can
No,
survive.
but having more food like overall increases food availability, which lowers price, makes it more accessible, reduces shortages,
Of course,
more
yeah.
affordable, et cetera, et cetera. And I think I don't know. I agree with Bam.
Well,
that
that's to
there
the
are,
Scott's point of the restaurant industry. That's
I-
critical infrastructure.
Well, I don't agree with
You can
that.
go down the chain.
I don't agree. Like, I think that there is critical
Do you
infrastructure.
have an argument against it?
Well, yeah. So one of the examples of like, I think critical infrastructure is like situationally dependent, kind of like Bam said, where like, okay, like war happens, all of a sudden there is like an invasion. I think that it might make sense to like either fund or perhaps even like reduce regulation or reduce taxes on like the weapons manufacturers in a way that might hurt like OnlyFans creators, right? Because now we're in the situation where like the Chinese are coming in waves and they've occupied Oregon and Washington, and the OnlyFans creators, like maybe they might make the whole process a little bit like easier, I guess, for some people, the fact that we're now being occupied by the Chinese. But I think the focus of the nation, like the critical focus, should be defending ourselves against like the Chinese. And so you would want to give
Right, but do you have an
advantages-
argument against what I said? You haven't made an argument against what I said so far.
I did.
You've just
Sometimes
given vibes.
No, this is not vibes. Sometimes situations arise where you have to give
I
advantage.
felt
to
vibes,
certain-
Lactoid, just FYI.
Okay.
Hella
My argument is this. I'll clean up my argument
Stop
so that you can
trolling
make
for a
an argument
second.
against
Well,
it.
hold on. Let me finish real quick. My argument's very straightforward.
Okay.
If there are
It's
like
not.
situations can arise in which you might need to favor one industry over another because the consequences of not doing
That's
so
a claim.
could be catastrophic. Yeah, it's a claim that
That's-
like would you disagree
no,
when it comes to war?
I absolutely.
So you want
disagree
him
with
to
you.
make an
I will
argument
make
now.
my argument. I'll make my argument very clear, right?
Okay.
So my argument or my claim,
the
right,
market is God.
is no, not the market is God. Though it is smarter than central planners, no matter how smart they may seem. But my argument is that it is my claim, is that it is an arbitrary distinction to label one critical and not label the other as critical, because the complexity of the market is that the entire economy revolves around every industry participating within the economy.
What do you mean
And
by
that
arbitrary?
it's arbitrary as in it's chosen based off of like, well, we feel this is critical. We feel that this is more important. But the reality is that the market and price mechanism is actually showing what is most valued by those within the economy. And so what it's saying is I have preferences beyond those engaging in the economy. So it's actually, in a way, you could say it's anti-democratic because it's going against the will of the people to say that I know better as the central planner where your money should go because we have a threat that's more important. Whereas you give like a kind of like an example, which is fair, right? To say like, well, what if China invaded or something? And it's like, well, how much of our economy should be going towards OnlyFans? But the fact of the matter is that you're kind of taking other things being equal is kind of like snuck into your argument. And the problem is that wouldn't occur. If China starts invading, we're going to see a radical shift in the economy in what people spend their money on, right? If I own a business on the East Coast and China's invading, Florida and I'm in fucking, Virginia, all of a sudden insurance companies are going to change their insurance rates. Different businesses are going to change how they defend themselves. Different people are going, the economy is going to shift based upon what is
But
occurring.
what if the market isn't
and
that
what is
fast?
occurring.
Is it
Well,
fast
hold
enough?
on.
Market is faster than the government.
No, we can't. Okay, stop. We can't rely on fucking Geico to like properly respond to the Chinese invasion. I'm sorry. The example that I gave you that you call arbitrary, first of all, you can using your definition of arbitrary,
is,
which I don't know.
definitionally.
I don't think that's actually the definition of arbitrary. But going off of your definition of arbitrary, what we're saying is yes, we do feel as though as is the case with all policy, right? We do feel as though there is a certain importance of defending our country against the Chinese invasion that perhaps some large group of the market might not see. or perhaps they see it and they might like tacitly acknowledge it, but they're not actually going to operate that way in a market way. They're, instead of like donating to the U.S. military, they are going to go on OnlyFans because it's more immediate. Maybe they're going to buy cigarettes because they're addicted. Maybe they're going to buy alcohol because they're addicted. Maybe they're going to purchase products that satisfy some kind of market need that they have that won't satisfy what BAM is like, a critical situation of the Chinese are fucking invading.
Yeah, I agree with you. But the problem is that the argument you're making can be used for any government intervention into the market, period. Every single socialist policy, I can repeat your argument back to you, and it's the exact same reasoning. And that's why it's arbitrary, because in your mind, you're like, well, an invasion of China is actually so meaningfully bad that I say that socialism is actually warranted in this. Going against the people's will, going
Everyone
against
here
the
agrees with
market
that besides
is
you.
actually good with that, right? But you could say it, just as you showed in your example, you could make that argument about cigarette regulation or taxes. You can make that argument about welfare, right? You could say that it's, you can make that argument about any socialist policy. Your argument would be the same, and there would be no principal difference other than I feel that this is a worse thing.
Well, wait a minute. Before you, I know you're ready to go in. Like, I just throw in another example, and then you just jump right in there. Like, I think on a day-to-day basis, I don't know how people markedly value a hospital. I don't think about hospitals on a day-to-day, and I probably wouldn't put money towards it to like personally. I don't think me or most people around me would put enough money towards hospitals to know the importance of maintaining them. But I also think it's good where the government steps in and says that, you know what, we should probably keep this subsidized enough to the hospital stays open for the time that, like, because when the value spikes on it, when I need it, it spikes dramatically. But in the day-to-day, it's not a part of my market.
But you live in a country of 330 million people, right? And so every day there are people that are engaged with a dire need for a hospital. The market
I don't think
mechanism
enough,
hold on, it absolutely is enough. Like, go to any emergency room at any point in time on any day. You're going
any
to see
hospital
emergency
in general
room
ever,
at any hospital.
Have y'all ever lived in like a small? Yeah, I live in a rural area.
Then that would be a pressure to move away from that area.
Right. And so the thing is that there are market mechanisms, and the government does step in and actually refuse to allow. So one of the things that is in like a third of the states in the country is something called a certificate of need board, where you have to go through a 2-year process to justify your right to increase hospital beds in your hospital. The government makes you spend millions of dollars, pay a bunch of lawyers, go through local things. Right, but what I'm saying is that, like, it's one of the most regulated and subsidized industries.
Yes, and if it wasn't, there just wouldn't be hospitals.
But what you have stated, right? But what you have stated is kind of exactly my point. Is that the argument that Lactoid is giving, I understand it, right? I don't fault you as a human being for thinking, we should like protect our people when fucking China invades, right? What I'm saying is that if that is your rationale, how is that? And then I'll let you respond here, right? Like, and this is the peak part of the question. How is that meaningfully different than any other socialist policy where people claim crisis or people claim the need of one sector of the economy or people to be privileged against others?
Yeah, because you'd have to judge it on a case-by-case basis, and that doesn't mean that it's like unprincipled. It means that you have like a set of principles as to like, okay, like there are XYZ consequences that can happen if this critical infrastructure fails due to XYZ, rare scenario, and this is why in this specific scenario we have to intervene. I think invasion is like the reason I use that example specifically is because it's like the ultimate. It's like the easiest to defend.
It's very
the ultimate
obvious
example.
to everybody.
It's very yeah. Like every single war ever, this has been the response of every government involved in this, which is, oh shit, like we're in an existential crisis now. We can't have people like fucking around on OnlyFans anymore. They got to start making bullets. We got to start getting people to go fight. And so when you're saying
how is it meaningfully different?
It's meaningful because the consequences for one are like of a sufficient threshold in which like I think like, oh shit, all of us becoming communists, maybe it's worth like decreasing the amount of OnlyFans workers. Now you're right, some communists could say like under the same kind of theory, well my threshold is way lower than yours, Lactoid, to where I think the government, like I think every industry is a critical industry to the extent like the government should be involved.
The thresholds are arbitrary based off of your beliefs of predicting the future.
Again,
I'm right.
So arbitrary would mean that it's based without any kind of like reasoning underneath. And the reasoning underneath that I'm proposing is
It's one definition of arbitrary, sure.
When you
If
when
you're
you look at a
taking
definition,
issue with that, that's fine. But when we
right.
talk about arbitrary measures from
Yes.
power and
Definition arbitrary?
government,
yes,
you're talking about
yes, I understand.
we're using
And
two
you're going to
different
run into this
definitions, that's
problem.
fine.
You're going to run into this with anybody who isn't like a hardcore Stalinist or a hardcore ANCAP. You're going to have some people in the middle that are like, hey, I think that it like sometimes you might have to have some level of like coercion and unfortunately slavery and theft and shit when it comes to the Chinese invading, but we probably generally shouldn't have that when it comes to grocery stores or when it comes to, I don't know, fucking Blockbuster. Maybe like it's you know, we should only use it when like there is a good argument why we absolutely necessarily have to. And the Chinese invading is a very strong argument. And to Bam,
Yeah.
he's saying the food supply is also like a strong, and like maybe I'm not even sure I agree with him, but his argument is it's sound. The idea of like the food supply and
Right,
like
it's the
maybe
same
hospitals. I understand, but like he's making, I think, a stronger case than for Blockbuster or OnlyFans models. Do you disagree?
Right,
Do you think that like the survival of our species is less dependent on like food production?
I
or...
disagree.
Like, so
with,
isn't
I
there a
disagree
legal
with the
concept for, like, you know it
I
when you see
disagree
it?
with the concept that central planners are better than the market at being able to utilize and move resources, even in the supposed defense of critical infrastructure or our country. It's very obvious, right, that if China's invading, that's a problem. The more obvious a problem is, the more likely it is that not just the central planners, but also the market adequately adopts to that presumed obvious problem, right? Like even in this conversation about futures, right? We look at the market and we go, oh, well, we have all of these fears about soybeans, but the people that actually put the money behind it, the
Right.
people that actually understand this problem in a competitive market where they are most incentivized to correctly guess the future, and everyone is free to do it, and only the best of the best actually rise to being profitable and having large market share at being able to do that, are saying that the people that are freaking out about the soybean market are wrong. But
Yeah.
the central planners are the types of people that go, well, we need a subsidy, right? And so what I'm saying is that in this obvious situation, right, it is even in that situation, it is more likely that the market is going to adequately and accurately respond to the threat in an efficient means, that it is authoritarian to decide that this specific thing is actually of importance enough for us to step into the economy and stop that efficiency and stop that liberty. And that, yes, I'm saying that it is arbitrary. You're saying, well, it's not arbitrary because we have a good argument. We have a good reason. But my problem with that is that it's not a good argument and it's not a good reason, because that argument is the same argument for every socialist policy. It's only in your evaluation. This is the threshold of what is
It's
important.
my
wait,
let me respond. It's my evaluation, but if I could guarantee you a certain outcome, I'm curious if it would be in your evaluation too. Let me propose to you: we have a Chinese invasion. Hypothetical A, we don't favor any kind of weapons industry. We don't do any kind of government intervention. And let's say the result of this is the Chinese take over and install like a Maoist puppet government in Washington, D.C., okay? Hypothetical 2 is Lactoid's argument wins. We unfortunately, we 100% taxes on OnlyFans models, and we use that to buy bullets.
Socialist Lactoid.
And socialist Lactoid takes over, and then we defeat the Chinese and then go back to like a more capitalist mixed market like kind of economy. Like not perfect, but better than China.
I mean, like,
if this was your scenario, would you
engage.
support Lactoid, or would you just, hey, we can't do it?
Given your scenario, I would absolutely support your position.
Based.
The problem
So
is
it's an evaluation.
Right, the problem is that your scenario requires us to step out of reality, which is that all of us are able to perfectly predict the future. If I'm in a position where I can perfectly predict the future, then like, yeah, I might step in to stop that in that regard. But that you've baked in a non-reality.
I'll remove it. Sure,
Your
I'll remove that.
Doesn't engage in reality.
I will. I'm actually great at them.
Yes.
I will remove. It's one of the things I learned in law school. I will remove the baked-in impossibility. Let's say that like there is a much higher possibility, like a significantly higher possibility, that the Chinese win unless we enact Lactoid solution.
War forecasters say that,
and the reason it's absolutely not is because it is without a doubt one of two things are occurring. Either the market does not value the
Existing.
Chinese not coming in, and like they don't care that the Chinese are coming in for some reason, because they have figured out that the Chinese
They're moving
are
the ship
actually
to
only going to take over
Switzerland.
Florida, and like what you so like here's
No
a
one
here's
cares.
a perfectly here's
They're
a
packing up and
perfectly
leaving.
well no here's a perfectly rational possibility given your scenario, right? Which is the market has realized that Florida's gone. And the government is like, no, we have to protect Florida. But the market already knows that the only way to protect the rest of America is to move funds and to move the economy in a different means that actually protects the rest of America. The inefficiency of the central planner that presumes to know better than the market is the reason why we don't just lose Florida because it was inevitability, because they had so much power or whatever, but we lose Florida and we lose Louisiana and we lose Texas. Let's not put Texas in it. Texas will probably take on China by themselves, but like Louisiana and Texas and like Mississippi and Arkansas, right? And so what I am saying is that when the central planner engages in authoritarian action over what it presumes to be the better decision, it is always less efficient than the market and the desire of the liberty of the individuals
Sure.
in question.
Let
I
me
know-
get the super chat, and then I'll go straight to you, Bam. Thank you for FQ. Says, behold, I will feed Corey and the new establishment if he begs sufficiently. And
I think that picture is a vast improvement over the burqa or the niqab that she had previously.
I don't know. Is that like, I'm curious if like the grain that's being held is actual soy. I actually don't know what soy
Those
looks
are
like.
soybeans.
Or is that
Those look
corn?
like soybeans.
Those are soybeans.
Are those like soybeans? Okay. Yeah, I actually don't know. Thank you, FQ, for the $5 super chat. Awfully kind of you. Thank you for the kind support. Anyone else you want to support the channel, consider you super chats as well. We'll engage for comment. We'll have a lot of fun with you. So thanks so much. All right, let's go to our friend Bam. I do have stuff I want to say to some people. But,
Can I just have one last sentence response? There is no guaranteed victory in war. That doesn't mean that sometimes that doesn't mean that we should never ever go to war. Sometimes you have to, and sometimes
that's not my argument. My argument is that the state is less efficient at war than the market.
Let's go to Bam.
Okay. Well, I was just going to add to the idea. I think there was a Supreme Court case dealing with obscenity in movies, and I think they were trying to make an effort to come up with like a perfect definition that all encompasses what is and isn't obscenity, and like looking for this exact thing. And I think they just came to a conclusion of like, you know it when you see it. And I think
he regretted that decision, by the way.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I think in a lot of, it may not be perfect, but I think in a lot of areas in the world where you're trying to say like, oh, what makes the distinction here? What makes these different? How do you know this isn't just completely arbitrary? And I don't know. I think there is value. Like, oh, okay, we make decisions. Like you can call it arbitrary, but I feel like we're basing it on some information, and we know that like this is important.
You're basing limiting the freedom of people off of your vibes.
Yes,
it's a cost. Well, are all cost benefit analyses just vibes?
No, of course not.
Okay, well that's what this is. This is a cost. We look at the benefit, the risk, then we make a decision.
Right, but a central planner is doing a cost benefit analysis without
making murder illegal is limiting people.
And so without using the price mechanism, they're doing a cost benefit analysis with less information, and they're doing so at the oh my God, why can I not think of the word?
Expense of the market?
At the expense of the liberty of the individual, whereas the market has more information available and is preserving the liberty of the individual.
I don't know if the market always has more information available, especially when it comes to like international events.
An individual business, an individual person making a business decision absolutely could lack information compared to a central planner. But when you take the totality of the market and the price mechanism holds vastly more information than the state holds, and every bit of information that the state gains to try and to make an informed decision costs money in order to gain that information, and does so at a less efficient means than the market.
I think this is a good place to jump in. First, maybe all these are.
Sorry, I'm going full blown ANCAP, but I got mad. We were talking about too big to fail for fucking farmers, and this is kind of an econ question, all right? So like, this was expected.
No worries, friend. Right? No admonitions for me yet. Maybe later. But I forget if all these are directed at lag Twitter or not. I usually write that down, but most of them are. So, but no,
Sorry, I
lag
was
Twitter,
laughing at
right?
some in chat.
So like this is going back to your opening statement.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, the
First of all,
the,
Viva la Libertad. Say it. Say it with your chest.
Viva la libtard.
okay. Are these really loans going to Argentina?
Yeah.
Like so this I mean I get it. It's structured as a loan, right? But do you have
not.
any
It's not really a loan. It's kind of
yes,
like
it's a
bailout.
currency swap.
We're
It's a
getting
currency
paid
swap.
back.
currency swap.
Currency,
Right, we are
no,
getting paid
sorry.
back. though.
I don't want. No, you're correct. I don't want to give into.
We're not getting paid back.
Right?
We're immediately getting paid the equivalent value. Now you can make the argument that we're
with
losing
the interest.
Right? No, it's not.
If the
it's not an
peso
interest thing.
tanks to zero,
My
Right.
from what
You can
I
make the argument that the peso is less stable, so it's a bad deal for America and we lose money. But what is happening in a currency swap is he took $2 billion in US dollars immediately. And then America, we immediately gained $2 billion worth of pesos. It's not a loan.
What is this for?
Yes, I know. Yes, but like first of all, there's a repayment involved, correct?
Yeah,
my limited
if you
research
use
on
the
this
money,
is that there is. My limited research on this is that like down the road there is going to be like a repayment one way or another.
Well, I'm about to say to clear this up for you.
But yeah.
To clear this up for you, what's happening is they're holding on to the 20 billion because their currency is unstable enough that they're believing that the other countries aren't gonna like accept peso as their repayment for their debt. So in that case, that a country says we're not accepting your currency as repayment, then they would activate the loan and use that 20 billion to
they would activate the currency swap. Currently, he has $2 billion, and that is just a means towards pushing towards dollarization, which he ran on, which is holding more U.S. currency and being backed by U.S. currency as opposed to, isolated with the Argentinian peso. And also, it's as Bam stated, it's a means of comfort for investment because they feel a little safer investing in the country because they know that you have some currency that isn't having runaway inflation. But of course, it all depends on the future, right? Milei brought year-to-year inflation from 258% down to 30%. So there's also kind of a bet that like Argentina actually loses in this.
Sure. Right. So, hon, I already looked into currency swaps. So I'm not coming into this blind. But like there is an exchange of money, right? A principal being exchanged. You're saying only 2 billion has been exchanged now, and I'm guessing 18 billion is structured in later on. And is when they need
maybe
the thing when
they might
need
not
it,
ever
right?
use
So the
it,
trigger,
but he might, yeah.
So the trigger would be if like a loan is refused, right? And investments refused because of the weakness of the pesos, right? Then we would then send them more US dollars and they would send us more pesos.
I mean, it would be up to for all intents and purposes, maybe, but I mean it's more likely that they would do it if they felt they needed additional insurance to hedge against inflation, or maybe they needed US dollars to back an IMF loan. Like it's a little more complicated than that. It wouldn't necessarily be like, oh, someone came for money and they won't take our pesos. That is a possibility, but there's a lot of different possibilities.
Okay. But is there so I guess what my next question hinges on. Is there a possibility, right? Understanding this is not a direct loan, and maybe you can educate me here, right? This is not a direct loan, so let's establish that, right? But since there is it's kind of like a loan. Okay, sure. But no, I hear you. Is there a possibility of failure to repayment?
Well,
as is the case
if
with
the
all
country
loans.
collapses,
Yeah.
It could turn into like Weimar Republic, and like there isn't enough Argentinian pesos to pay back the loan because the currency like defaults in on itself.
Sure.
It's like, the U.S. could just stop requesting repayment. It's
possible.
Two things. One, that was where my first question was going with. First of all, like I'm not sure if this is Okay, I'm going to use the word loan, even though I know it's imprecise here, right? But it's easier to say it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I'm not sure it was a loan because at any point in time, I feel like Donald Trump could like cancel the repayment part.
This is like with
So
all
there's
loans,
that.
I guess.
Well, even if
Exactly
he
true.
canceled the quote
But
unquote repayment part, the U.S. would still be holding on to the
of
Argentinian
pesos,
peso,
Those
of
pesos could be
so they'd
Argentinian
worth
still have to
pesos,
way
right?
offload the
less.
pesos.
But
Yeah,
the
which is
pesos could
not
be
great.
worth way worse, like less
Way,
than
way
20
worse.
million.
Exactly. We'll be
Possibly,
losing
yeah.
money on that exchange, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And
If like inflation got really, really bad in the country, but I mean, like you could do the same with like you could do the
sure,
same with like the euro, right? Like you wouldn't call it a
sure,
loan.
sure. But okay. But anyway,
The euro is more
like they're
stable.
saying,
Yeah.
like if Argentina defaults, well, Argentina's the default king, right? Like Argentina defaults constantly, defaulted on half a dozen, maybe more, what like economic interventions, right, by the IMF
Mhm.
or by whatever international
Yeah, socialists have been in
monetary.
charge of that country for about 30 years. Yeah.
I'm not. This is not a
Longer than that.
It is
a
for me.
shot at. There's not a shot of Malay, or what I'm doing here, right? I'm just saying that Argentina is not like if there's any country that was going to default, right? It'd be Argentina. Like looking from past experience, it'd be Argentina, correct?
I mean, compared to what? Compared to Europe? Yes. Compared to other South American countries and the stability of their currencies, like I think we have plenty of examples of South American countries that their currency and economy gets so bad that they have a violent revolution and then they have an entirely new government that doesn't believe in any of the previous deals of the last government after they killed them all. Right? So I mean like I don't know that I necessarily say that Argentina is like special in its inability to
So
repay loans.
there is a risk. The ultimate
Yeah,
answer
there's
here,
a risk.
there's
Yeah.
always going to be risk. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I'm just so now that we acknowledge that risk, I'm saying the risk is greater for Argentina.
Then who?
That this particular country, known
Than
for
other
its
countries who
defaults,
haven't
right?
defaulted as many times as Argentina.
Sure.
And who has like wild political swings. Well, I'm not sure if I want to attach wild to it because I mean we live in America, right? But still wild political swings with like the next incoming regime, right? Saying fuck that shit before, right? I'm gonna do this thing.
No,
Like
that's not true. Argentina has been run by the Peronists for like majority for decades upon decades. It's only
no,
because of all the
but
collapses
the
and
regime.
failures that the
No,
libertarian
no.
movement has
No.
has
I've
surged
actually
so
no.
much in that
I
country.
looked into this well quite a while ago, right? But like in Argentina, just it's like that one party has dominated, right? But that doesn't mean like their fiscal policy has all been the same, right? Like hey, like
Yeah, they've
we're all
swung
moving
from like fairly like liberal to like social democrat to like almost full blown commie to back to social democrat to like kind
so
of
they've
liberal left
had
wing, right? But
so
they haven't
they've
had like a
had
right
fiscal
wing
policy.
government in like 50 years.
Fair, hear you, right? That and so I'm saying well, we live in America where we have actually harder swings in our political system.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm saying that the fiscal policy like has changed from regime to regime, right? Even though the regime could still be the same party, right? Like they toss someone else out because they did a bad job. New person comes in, they have a different idea, and so like loans aren't repaid or they do something that's disastrous and defaults, right? Again, I'm not even attacking Malay at this point, right? I'm just like looking at like the history of Argentina for the last 50 years.
And especially us, I think the bigger issue is us giving
mean,
money at this scale. I'm about to say the scale we're giving it, and the idea that at the end of the day, the United States taxpayer has nothing to gain from this. At the end of the day, like we say, we're helping out an ally, but we're really helping out Trump's friend.
So no, here's what's going on, right? So Malay had a local election. Obviously, it wasn't an election for him. It was, but it's kind of like like we have like this year
It's
we
a
have governor
referendum.
races in like Virginia and New Jersey, right? And like so people kind of gauge the market because we have these like off-year elections, but these two states are right. So they kind of had a similar thing in Buenos Aires, and in Buenos Aires there was a shift towards the socialists again, and that is when all of the good that Malay was doing started reversing. Investors started pulling out. People started pulling out of because people hold currency, right? So the market on the Argentinian pesos started dropping, inflation started going up, some of the investor deals started being bad because all of the investors were worried, just like you said, that there might be another wild swing and that the socialists might come back and that there is no reason for them to be invested in that country because our country is moving away from privatization where they can make money and where they can make profit, and instead going back towards the socialism, where things would be nationalized, right? They wouldn't. It's not even a matter of like what level of profit. They'd make none because their business might get nationalized, things like that. And so this deal comes in part, you could say rescues Argentina, right? This deal comes in part, but these negotiations have been going on for a while. But the thing that's really important to understand here is that it's not just about Trump's relationship with Malay or Malay kissing Trump's ass, which of course Malay is a small fish in a big pond. There's another power player here that is deeply, deeply, deeply entrenched in South America, and that's BRICS. That's China. That's Brazil is a part of BRICS, right? Is that there is a fear that every country in South America is kind of like, is it going to be more of an ally towards China or is it going to be more of an ally towards the United States? And so from a like a nationalist or like imperial perspective, right? Not my libertarian perspective, right? America wants to invest in Argentina, not just because the current guy kisses Trump's ass, but because they want to make sure that their currency is tied to our currency, that there's dollarization, that there is like ownership of government bonds potentially. That's the other 20 billion is like the potential future. He's holding that as a leverage. So it's a $40 billion deal. 20 billions is a currency swap, but the other 20 billion is like a maybe we'll buy government bonds and engage in investment. It's a very big maybe. And he's dangling that over Argentina because what they're trying to do, and I don't know it's necessarily Trump's genius here or anything, right? It's probably just
It's
the
not.
administration and business, right? Like Trump is, I don't know that Trump even understands the fucking deals he signs.
None of it.
Right? But nevertheless, is that they're trying to ensure, look, we have this other $20 billion in investment that we may put forward in your country, but that's contingent upon the behavior of Argentina to move closer to dollarization, get closer with American corporations, be more free market, and not engage too much with China.
I mean, you can say that. That's like a nice way of saying it, but I feel like it's just like Trump is clearly, in part of this administration, been on a spread of spreading sort of like MAGA values, throughout, like not just American liberal democracies, but specifically like right-wing MAGA values. It's the reason why he ended up meeting with Japan's new prime minister. Like there's certain people he seems as valuable, and it's because they share in this Trump-esque. Like
in what ways Argentina is sharing in the American or the Trumpian MAGA values? What do you mean by that?
He literally came to the administration and said he wanted to be like Trump.
There's
like verbatim.
There's some relationship,
right? But like I mean, the thing is that if we look at the policy of Javier Milei, right? The policy is very deeply libertarian, and Trump is arguably the least libertarian president we've had in 100 years.
We're not talking about economic
which
policy.
Is why Lactoid voted for him.
Very arguable. Very arguable. I don't know about that.
I was like, when I speak to values, we're not.
I think Scott, the capital L libertarian, would know.
Yeah, he would know.
Did he increase new taxes? Did he promise that he was going to get rid of the IRS?
Wait, are tariffs a tax,
Lactoid,
or not?
He still overall cut taxes and reduced spending.
No, he hasn't.
Wait, so the debt's going to go down?
Massively increased taxes. Tariffs are taxes.
No, I understand tariffs are taxes.
Lactoid just can't regret his vote.
How did he reduce spending?
The big beautiful bill cut spending dramatically.
Dramatically is based off
of I don't know about
CBO
that.
estimations of how much Medicaid, Medicare reimbursements would be. So maybe I'll eat crow in the future and you'll be right that it's a lot bigger than I see. But in terms of actual policy that has cut actual taxes right now, Trump has massively increased taxes.
I'm saying that
right, maybe the reimbursements will come out to being less. I highly doubt it.
The actual legislation that was passed, that was his brainchild and his baby, right? The big beautiful
Not
bill.
His brainchild.
His
baby.
Heritage
Foundation's
came up with a game.
Sure, and he pushed it, and there was elements in it that he absolutely backed, and it cut spending a lot, and it cut taxes a lot, and that was I understand that it cut taxes more than it cut spending. But to say that he is the least libertarian president in the past 100 years,
you can't make that claim. That's an impossible claim. That's a contradictory claim. To say that something cut taxes more than it cut spending is a contradiction in terms. It's not possible to increase spending more than cutting taxes and actually cut taxes, because the money has to come from somewhere. So if you have
I'm sorry,
more
Ron,
spending,
you had a second question.
then that means
I'm
more taxation.
aware. Yeah. You're there's down the road, like there's going to be more taxation to make up the gulf between the reduced spending and the reduced taxation. But
Right. So the big beautiful bill, you
so
admit,
even if you don't
increases
reduce
taxation, even on top of the tariffs that increases taxation.
No, because it reduces spending.
You just said it increases spending. Did you
That's not what I said. No. So I said that it reduced taxes by a big amount, and then it reduced spending by a big amount, but not quite as much as it reduced taxes. You said that, well, when you're talking about reducing taxes, you can only go by the spending reduction, because any kind of spending that you're not paying for with taxes, you're having to pay later on down the road. And so
did we not, as part of the big beautiful deal, increase the debt limit?
Yes, overall it increased the deficit. That doesn't mean that it increased spending.
Okay, so you're going to have less spending, but you're going to have a higher deficit, which would be spending.
Yes, the deficit itself is spending.
Just because the spending is going towards our own ever increasing debt doesn't mean anything.
Wait, Elijah, would you run a household this way?
And we're increasing deficit spending, and we're
Would you run a
spending more
household?
money. You can't just be like, well, actually, I cut spending.
I would. I mean,
It's
look,
cool.
I would not run my
That's
household.
not even including tariffs.
I would not run my household the way the U.S. government has run itself since the beginning. All right, so fair enough.
So
It is
my
not-
only
listen,
my
listen,
my only no. Let me stop. You.
But
Just
as long as you're decreasing
To let
spending,
me-
it's like it's
to let
all
me-
good. Thumbs up.
No, I'm saying that the big beautiful bill reduced spending. If you reduce spending by, let's say hypothetically, like $10 billion, and you reduce taxes by $10 billion, you could, like, someone might say, hey, you reduced taxes by $20 billion, and you would say, no, you really only reduce spending by $10 billion, because even though you reduce taxation by $20 billion, there's still that $20 billion in like unfunded spending that you're not accounting for. And so, sure, I can buy that, but you still reduce the spending by $10 billion. Maybe it's not as much as you're claiming, but you've still reduced the spending by the 10 billion. Like mathematically, that's how it works out.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm with you. If you reduce spending by 10 billion and you reduce taxation by 10 billion, right?
No, by 20.
You have reduced. I'm just giving you an example where they're perfectly equal, right? Then in that perfectly equal scenario, what you have done is you have reduced taxation and spending by 10 billion. If you reduce taxation by 20 billion and you reduce spending by 10 billion, then you have effectively reduced taxation by 10 billion.
By 10
not
billion,
20 billion.
Exactly.
Because you're still spending.
But you still reduced it.
The problem is yes,
But-
right, but A, we're basing this off of estimates on reimbursement, which I'm highly suspect of, number one. And number two is that the presumed reduction in spending isn't meeting anything, isn't meaningful unless we are actually paying off debt. Because if we're not paying off debt, then we're not actually reducing spending in any meaningful way, because spending as a government entity as a whole is still increasing. If we're increasing the debt limit because we know that we're going to go further into debt with our spending, then we know that somewhere along the line, the spending and the taxation isn't fucking matching up, and we're spending more than we're fucking taxing.
I'm not
means
saying
we're spending.
Prime,
we don't have to go down this-
I'm not
we
saying
have
that,
to do
like,
this.
real quick.
Just
I'm not
like
saying that.
finish it up, Black Twit, and then I like to move on. There's other things I like to cover on this.
All right, I'm gonna say, like, we're talking about spending. It's not just the debt. I agree, like, the debt is a problem, and I support, like, Ron Paul's proposal to, like, cut even more spending, cut spending beyond what we've reduced in taxes, perhaps, and then maybe we can get like some cut, and then maybe well, hold on. What Bam just said, Scott, is like the other logical outgrowth of kind of what you've been saying here, which is that if we're just kind of hyperfixate on the debt, well, then I guess the libertarian answer would be to raise taxes sufficiently to address the deficit completely. Are you in favor of that?
No, the libertarian answer would be to go towards the 74% of all government spending, which is welfare and payments on the debt.
And cut it.
That when we're talking about spending bills, right, and we're passing omnibus bills on what the government is going to spend money on, And it's like you have, and you're still raising the debt limit because all of these entitlement programs are essentially untouched, and we're spending more than we were the year before, and more than the year before
Well,
that,
it's
and more
cutting
than the
some
year
from
before that.
Medicaid.
And then the taxes that we're presumably cutting are not even offsetting at all the tariffs that we're going on. What you have is a president that is increasing our debt and increasing taxes via the tariffs. That's what I'm saying. Is that, yeah, sure.
Wouldn't there be
we
less
can
deficit if we're getting?
celebrate
I got sorry. I got it.
Wouldn't there be
fix-
less?
You
There'd be less deficit if we're
gotta-
getting
you
more
gotta
money
move
from
on.
tariffs,
You
wouldn't
gotta-
there?
you
We're just not
gotta
on the
move on.
conversation anymore. I'm about to say it's
You gotta,
interesting, but
you
yeah,
gotta,
let's do
you gotta
that.
move
We
on.
wouldn't.
You gotta move on. You gotta
We
move
wouldn't
on.
when
So I
entitlement
wanna-
spending and others are outpacing.
I just want
the
I
other
want to say one
programs.
thing, and then I want to move on. I want to shift the conversation to more what our friend
He
Ali
made a
was
pretty
hoping,
outrageous claim. He said that he was the least libertarian president in the past 100 years, including
Yes.
FDR.
Yes.
I
Capital
said one
outlets.
of.
So,
The New Deal, apparently.
so
Yeah, you probably
okay.
that is a crazy claim. I take that back. FDR is definitely more, but
Thank you.
Fair
I
enough.
meant to say out of
Okay.
Rob, you gotta
Republicans,
get
and
going.
then I just
Sure.
said out of all of
For
them.
sure.
But
Guys,
I don't think there's a Republican in the last 100 years that's more socialist than
guys.
Trump.
Fair enough. Okay, great. So I want to say one thing. I think I meant this to Scott, but I'm not sure. And then I want to shift the conversation to something closer to what Ali might have wanted.
Yeah.
Okay. So just quickly, right? I think you said it, but it might have been Lactoid. Talked about how like the futures, right? No, I think it was Lactoid. The
We both
futures
talked about futures. It
has
doesn't matter. Yeah.
was up
Yeah,
basically,
they're
right?
rallying today, yeah.
Yeah, it's rallying because of what Scott Bessant said, right? Scott Bessant says, "Hey, we got a deal coming through."
Yeah. That's what I said.
And so futures like went up, right? Scott Bessant also said, just side note on that, Scott Bessant also said that he understands the pain of soybean farmers because he's a soybean farmer, and by that he means, right? He is a former hedge
He
fund
owns a
manager with $500 million of wealth, right? Or sorry, 500, yeah, $500 million of wealth, and he like rents $25 million of land to actual soybean farmers. That makes
Hell
him a
yeah.
soybean farmer. Him being a landlord makes him a soybean farmer.
Socialists lie, but regardless, the market is able to figure out what might happen in the future better than the lying socialist politicians. What's your point?
So in any case, my point is that the market is moving on the words of the administration, right? Which it does, right? That's what it does.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But that doesn't mean that those words are necessarily accurate, right? Like the Trump administration has said all kinds of things about its tariff negotiations and its future plans that have all been lies.
Yeah, it
right?
sucks. They're
The
betting.
market-
They're betting on the future. That's what they're
I
doing.
understand. Yeah, right. I'm not trying. Come on, right? Yeah, they're it's a bet, but I'm saying that like the argument stated to me is that these are the people who are supposed to know best, right? And in fact, they have the greatest interest to know best and to gather as much data. Now, I'm not saying that like you're like not market movers that certainly know better than me, right? Random fucker on the internet, right? Fair enough. But I'm saying that the market as a whole moves on these words that have been known to be extremely imprecise, being the kindest thing that I could say about it, if not outright lies, right? So for Scott Bessant going on, I forget if it was CNBC or one of the major media companies, right? And saying, oh yeah, the soybean farmers are going to be very happy with what we come up with, right? That doesn't actually mean anything. And that doesn't necessarily say that the market has a greater insight. Maybe they do. Maybe there's some market mover who knows something behind the scenes, and especially when we're talking about the Trump administration, right? Well, that place looks like a sieve. So possibly someone knows. But I'm saying that alone does not tell me that the market.
Paul Pelosi didn't make all his money with honest fucking trades. Like some people have information
Absolutely
that we
not.
don't know about.
Absolutely
but
not.
like, but like they're not moving based solely on that, right? What they're moving on is based off of the price mechanism, right? So every person that trades in soybean futures and the inflation and how much money they have and the price of goods, there's infinitesimal, uncountable numbers of information that are housed in price, and price moves based off of predictions and
Yes, but the
business and all
major
these other
movements that
things.
we see can oftentimes be like just on the words of the
Right.
administration.
They're making
And
a
for
bet.
many,
They're
many,
making a bet based off of
I
all
agree.
of the available information, that this information
But I'm
leads
saying
towards
that
that.
shouldn't.
Some
But yes,
information is far more important than others.
yes, that, and I don't believe that that should necessarily, that just the thing that I'm responding to, and maybe
Mhm.
like it sounded too broad, right? It's simply the idea that because the future markets has gone up, right, that should be an indication to us, the outside observers, right, that everything is going to be all right. Yes, they are making a bet, right? And
It's
we
an
can look.
indication, but it's not foolproof evidence, right? It's the
Okay,
attempt to predict the future, right?
great.
Nobody, like
Well,
it's in the name, it's futures, right? Nobody can predict the future. It's just, it's what it's saying is, if you're trying to say like, oh my God, the sky is falling. I read this article and it's definitely the sky is falling, and then all of the people that are actually invested in the industry and are incentivized to know what's going on in the industry are saying the opposite, then likely we might want to look into this a little bit more, because the experts are betting against you.
Sure, but you're acting like we're just paying attention to like natural things in the atmosphere, like that are happening, that they're betting on, and everything can dramatically change on a head overnight. I'm about to say, not going back into
Yeah, and
it,
if
but
it does,
whenever,
they lose money.
sure, but I'm saying that like we lost a year of the stock market gains in less than a week after after the April 2nd little big board he popped up.
Yeah, again, like it doesn't seem like you guys have
But
an
no, but
argument.
I'm saying that that wasn't just, oh, the market figured out something crazy. Like Donald Trump manipulated that. He manufactured it.
Yeah. I mean, like, we live in a mixed market economy. There's elements of socialism in it, right? Which
No, it's not. That's not
reduces
even
the
socialism. That's
accuracy
just
of.
him talking. That's just the president. Like when the president says something, like even in a market, even in your ANCAP world, an important person can say something that can have an effect on the market. There's not socialism.
Yeah, sure. If Elon Musk comes out tomorrow and says,
and wise
actually, I
like he
think
usually does.
I'm
Yeah.
actually gonna fucking divest completely from all artificial intelligence. All of a sudden, everyone that's got massive amounts of stock in Nvidia or Silicon Valley or these weird tech startups that are selling us on AI that we know is in some part a bubble, like that might cause the
100%.
bubble to burst, right? But a bubble doesn't really burst unless there's an underlying factor for the bubble itself to burst. If
Yeah,
Trump
and
just
Trump
comes out and
creates
says
those
some
every
wild
day.
shit, right? That's not going to cause like us to lose a bunch of stocks, especially in the long term, unless there's other underlying issues here, especially when we're talking about fiat currency, which creates a boom and bust cycle in the economy, right? Like sometimes crazy people say crazy shit, the president, especially having a lot of power, and then that causes everyone to realize that they're invested in the wrong thing or something.
My only point was to say that as outside observers, simply because the way it was like the way it was framed, right? The statement was framed is that we should have more confidence, right? Because the future markets are up. I'm undermining that, saying, well, I agree with you. It's a bet, right? But that's all it is. It's simply a bet, right?
Well, it's
And
not
a
all it
bet
is, right?
relying
It's a bet
on
by the experts.
bet by the experts, sure, right? But the experts relying on what's proven to be extremely imprecise, if not outright lies.
That's not true.
That's
not true.
lies.
What you're doing is you're assuming that they're making a univariate analysis and that they're only taking the words of one person, which is exactly why central planning fails, because it deals with limited information. What the experts are looking at is they're looking at history, they're looking at special knowledge, maybe even insider knowledge,
I
they're looking
acknowledge
at
that.
price.
I'm
They're
saying
looking at a
that like a
bunch of
major
things.
factor is the words of the government, right? That's absolutely the case. But like, come on. I don't mean to make this the entire rest of the panel, right? Like just putting it out there. Hey,
Yeah,
like,
I'm sorry I'm griping on it so much, but I think it's core to my belief system and core to why I do what I do, because it is a discussion about the economic calculus problem, the ECP. And so like it's a core part of Austrian economics to understand the lack of information that central planners have versus the market.
it wasn't a argument made in favor of central planning. That wasn't what I was doing at all. Like not even a little bit.
Right, but the
Okay.
logic behind it is kind of what I'm getting at.
Okay. All right. Let's go. All right. Ali. My friend Ali. Okay, Ali wanted to have a conversation here. Want to have a conversation about holding voters accountable, right? And we've like moved away from this, so I want to like try to work our way back. Right? Sorry, did you want to?
No, I'm saying pull us back. I agree with you.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So with the time we have remaining, that's kind of where I want to like put the focus on. All right. So once again, to recenter us, we have a constituent, right? A politically influential constituent, I think we can say, right? Farmers in general in America, right? But then we can even expand it past farmers, right? And exporters in America. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of capital there. And even we were talking about domestic manufacturers, right? Like their prices have also gone up because their inputs can come from other countries, right? Or they can do a thing like the U.S. car manufacturers do when they send products over like the Canada and Mexico border multiple times before they're finished, right? And it's like tariffed each time, right? So you got a large constituent that is being fucked over by these tariffs. Scott and I are in agreement. They fucking suck. But among those, right, the money class, we can say the money class is more likely than not, right? More likely than not to be Republican. Well, like, should we, like, how do we hold this group accountable for their decision, right? I'll try to leave it as open as possible. How do we hold them to account? Does that just mean, hey, letting them bail? Or, sorry, go ahead. So what did you say?
I was just saying, wasn't your opinion the opposite, that we shouldn't punish people for their votes, etc.?
Well, I'm saying, like, yeah, I don't necessarily think you are supposed to hold voters accountable for their decisions. I think we should be looking at the politicians. If Trump comes in and puts in tariffs and that fucks over the soybean industry, right? And then now we're looking at the soybean industry like they're asking for a subsidy, right? Rather than being frustrated with the farmers or the voters who got duped into voting for this, right? I do think like you get convinced into your vote, right? I think you should be it should be more looking towards like Trump or the people who put in these tariffs to be held accountable, rather than us looking at the soybean farmers saying, well, you get your just desserts. Sucks to be you voted for Trump. I don't think that's a good way to run a country. I don't think it's a good way to function as a country, as a people.
So that to clarify, Ali, like you're also like.
And before you clarify, I want to throw this out, super chat out. Thank you for the real FQ, right? What is this big beautiful bill you speak of? Mon font? I don't know. Let me give you a phrase.
I don't know that you can actually have that on the screen.
No, I don't know. It's whatever. It's too late. Man, will fill up Rubov. El Trabajo Libera. I don't know what is this?
That's he's just translating "work will set you free," which is what was at the Auschwitz as a joke towards the Jews when they would like make them grab like grain and then like walk with a sack from one end to the other and then say, "See, aren't you free now? Like work will set you free."
Thanks, FQ, for
a lighthearted joke. Lighten the mood.
I don't know Twitch's policy on that specifically, but that might run afoul. But I mean, it wasn't on purpose. You know what I mean? I get it. I was like, maybe I don't know, maybe not show that one on screen.
Okay. Well, thank you, FQ, for that. Shout out to FQ for the super chat. All right. Sorry, Corey, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. Yeah. I'm used to it. But so Ali, like you're also with BAM of like the soybean farmers should be bailed out if needed or necessary.
I mean, yeah, I'm relatively pro bailing out like large corporations if it's needed, right? If they didn't fail due to their own incompetence, right? If like the tariffs are the reason that the soybean farmers are getting fucked over, right? If the government had its hand in destroying the company, potentially that corporation, then I believe the bailout should happen. But if it's like due to its own incompetence, then no.
Well, then, okay, so I'm
curious.
That's
not a factor.
Yeah, it makes sense to me, at least cognitively. Yeah, I think. I'm curious how far this extends. Of like, if like it seems like blanket as a rule, like voters should never be held accountable. Like, is that like so? Like, the voters in Germany have no responsibility for who they voted in historically at all?
Yeah. So like this, the reason I was thinking about this because we were having that discussion with
Every
Piso.
stream must mention Hitler or rape.
Yeah.
It must occur.
So, and I'm gonna mention Israel.
I didn't mention it. I just said it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna mention Israel. So like Piso, I was having when we were having the conversation, and he brought up, he's like, oh, you don't think the voters in Israel are culpable for their vote for like the Likud party or what? Well, no, I don't. I think that their government through propaganda has convinced these people that like the surrounding countries want everyone dead and so on and so forth. So like if that's the feeling of the people, if that's the vibe of the people, and you've just tapped into that frequency, no, I'm not going to blame the people for being afraid and not being able to make like a rational choice, or like what I would deem as an actual proper decision. Right? I think there's more to do with like people are so propagandized. I don't know if I can hold them an account for their vote. Like I see this with MAGA a lot. Like it's tough for me to hold MAGA voters like accountable for their vote when I feel like, yeah, they've been either lied to or like just their anger has been so fueled that it's like, I don't know how you want me to blame them for the vote if they're afraid or whatever it may be.
Corey, I want you to continue on with this, but I have a question for the rest of the panel after you're done with this, because I think this is a really good jumping off.
At least
I'm going to push it.
Democracy.
I'll push it even further, potentially.
I was going to say, what are the voters in Gaza?
Because
there's none.
Okay, so
18 years ago.
So, because from what I understand, if in fact you say that, okay, the voters should not be held accountable at all, and that includes, historical voters in Germany, then arguably, like, well, the people of Germany were punished. From what I understand, I could be wrong, but like reparations were paid, and so it's like, is that a pun? Is that as in should that not have happened? Because that would be holding people accountable.
Yeah, I don't know how you do things like that, like reparations with that. Should it have happened? I guess yes, sure, but then like once again, I don't know how you do that without blaming. Yeah, I wouldn't want it to be like from like the voters or from the taxes or whatever it may be. It's just unfortunately that's how it works. I get caught in my own contradiction or like catch-22 there, where I want the reparations to be paid. I think the people are owed the reparations that happened to them, but then where you get that money from is the
right.
issue.
You get it from
you wouldn't consider
other
that
people.
punishment, would you?
Well, which is my issue. I don't think the people should be paying for the actions of the government.
But then, then the government can't pay for anything because the only way the government pays for
I mean, he acknowledged that
taking from the people.
Yeah.
I just
I'm clear. Hell yeah.
God is with you.
I'm caught in a contradiction. I understand that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bam.
I don't know how to solve that contradiction, but that is one that I'm caught in. Yes.
I don't know. I think this world, like like this world where we treat everyone like toddlers. I don't know. I think that incentivizes worse and worse behavior. I think the reason we've gotten to where we've gotten right now is because no one currently in the Trump administration or people associated with it believe that regardless of what they do right now, any consequences will come to them in the future, no matter what laws they break, no matter what respect or disrespect they have for the Constitution. I believe they think in I guess now 3 and a portion years time, if a Democrat wins, oh well, we say oopsie and things go back to normal. I think that cycle is dangerous. I think that's disastrous.
But is it more dangerous from the voter, from the people like in power? Right?
No, because I think the people, if it doesn't affect the voter, then the voters are just going to do it again.
Well, so I want to ask the panel, right? The rest of you, so what our friend Ali described basically, right, is fraud, right? Saying that the people running for office, right, did so on or can do so on a fraudulent basis, right? So I'm not going to say that Trump necessarily did so or Biden/Kamala necessarily did so. Yeah. I'm trying to take that out there, right? But just that, like, hey, there is these people are propagandized, right? Well, if they're being propagandized in the way he's using it, would mean that, like, hey, they're being lied to, essentially, right?
That's
so different. Now we'd have fraud in that case, right? Like being given and improper information. So in that case, when we're dealing with democracy, right, and like sort of like dovetailing off what Bam just said, well, I mean, then is it ever their fault? I mean, a politician lied to them, right? They weren't given the proper information to make an informed decision.
I disagree.
And so
It's
are they
not
off the hook?
fraud. It's not fraud when a politician lies to you. Look, one of the principal elements of fraud, right? I don't want to get like, I don't want like talk about like the 9 principal elements in common law, right? But
Sounds like that's
one
what
of
you're
the
about to do.
well, I'm not going to go through all of them, you know what I mean? But like one of the principal elements is like your like a meaningful inability to be able to discover that like you're being lied to, right? Like if you go to buy like a vacuum and then the person says this vacuum works great, right? And like there's no online reviews, and then you take it home and there's no vacuum in the box, right? Well, there wasn't any way for you to know. There was no online reviews. There was no way for you to be
Major
able to know.
politician says, makes a claim, right? Major media organizations back that claim, and let's take the internet out of it, right? And we're just talking about like newspapers.
I mean, like
and whatnot.
Okay, I mean, I don't know that you can take the internet out of it, but even
No,
even
I mean,
if we
just like
do
for
take the
sure,
internet
just
out
like for now, just to
right?
make it a little bit simpler. Yeah.
Even if you do, you have presumably years of knowledge of politicians absolutely lying over and over and over again, and Trump lying over and over again. If you're like an 8, I mean, like, sure.
I'm not talking about Trump or anything particular, right? So like, I agree. Trump's a lie.
What?
Like Trump himself is a lie. But I'm trying to draw a principle here, right?
I am okay.
Can I make a distinction in that principle? Because it seems like before we're about to talk about 2 different things, and it may end up going on. Like I think there's like person A voted for, and I'm using Trump because he's the current president, and I hate him, but not because, but it could be anybody. I'm saying like person A voted for Trump because they thought that like, oh, Trump was gonna, I thought Trump was gonna do, like he talked about he was gonna do universal health care because he said he had a concept of a plan. And I thought he was gonna do Medicare for all or insert lefty thing. That person, do they get consequence? No, I think that person needs a helmet. Like
person B votes for Trump because of trans panic. I think it's the same.
Yeah,
thing.
no, I think person B votes for Trump because I hate trans people and brown people and I want them gone. And it's like, and that's what Trump ran on. Like they didn't lie. They just realized.
Yeah.
No, wait. I'm just saying. Finish the sentence. They didn't this is what they voted for. They knew what Trump said it, and this is what they voted for. And now they realize
he said he hates trans people and brown people.
No. The voter does.
Yeah, that was the voters' reason behind it. They got what they wanted, and they're saying that, wow, my life is worse because of this. Actually,
MSNBC has entered the chat with their political opinions.
That's not like that's something you should be like. Okay, you get wrecked.
Well, except for the fact that like the mental state of these people is that not that trans people, just their kids are going to be trans, and that the brown people are taking their jobs. Like there is a lot of that comes into that like hatred.
I want to draw this principle like just for a second, right? I don't think there should be too much. Don't fight the setup, okay? All right. But I'm gonna make this up
people being lied to.
I'm listening. I'm gonna make this up a bit more realistic, right? Okay, right. So again, we're using generic politicians. I'm not. This is not to attack one party or another.
Shoot.
Okay, right. Okay. So major politician makes a claim, right? Major news outlets, traditional news, like back that claim, which is what we've seen. This is not news, right? And now on the internet, we can put the internet back in, right? Now we have major capital interests who are buying up all the platforms, like the major platforms, and messing with the algorithm, right? We actually see a consolidation here, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And so they're like looking at that, right? This claim is being backed up by source after source after source. It's not impossible to have found the proper claim, right? But it's being backed up by those sources. And on the other side, sure, there is a politician B making a different claim, but the people voting for that person, it's not that they have better information. It's just that they're voting on ideological grounds, right? And so if there was a false claim, the first claim was a false claim, but backed up by the media, right? And then hidden, right? The true information submerged in the algorithm. Is that fraud?
I mean, like there is going to be a threshold where it gets to a point where your ability to meaningfully determine the veracity of those claims goes away, right? So I don't know that that would still mean it, because like maybe only if you're in we'd add one more thing, right? Which is that you're isolated from any community, like you live in the middle of like nowhere, so you can't talk to
Or
other
in your
people.
basement.
Right. Because if you have the capacity to talk to your parents, talk to your friends, talk to older people, right? Then it should be pretty easy to determine that that
But
you're
they're
being
probably going
lied
to
to.
vote for the same person too,
Right?
right?
No,
Like
I
they'll all
understand.
come up with reasons.
Right,
Okay.
right. But I'm just saying you should be able to, like, in our current situation in America, no one lives in an America where they can't for themselves go out and realize that politicians lie all the time, that they make claims that do not come true, and that you are choosing to vest someone with a power over other people against their will, knowing that that person is very likely to be lying about everything they're saying. That doesn't mean that I'm saying we ought punish those people. That doesn't mean that I'm saying we ought, like, like when I said in my opening, like, I kind of laugh at these people. Like, yeah, I do. You voted to put a liar in power, and now it's biting you in the ass. That doesn't mean I think you should be fucked over, right? That doesn't mean I think you should suffer. I'm just saying I find it kind of funny when you're fucking suffering, when you voted to put the person in power. And this isn't even fraud. Trump was running on tariffs. Anybody could have Googled fucking tariffs and been like, what does that typically do? Well, how do tariffs happen? And literally everyone, post-Keynesians, MMTers, Austrian, Chicago, every school of economics cannot agree on fucking anything in econ theory, but they all agree tariffs fucking suck and they hurt, right? Like, it's the only thing all economists agree on. A very quick Google search would have gotten it. And so when you intentionally vote to give power to people over other people, and you know that they're going to increase the power of the state, and you know that they're going to wield the acts of authority against other people's wishes, you're no different than somebody that breaks into my house to steal shit. You're absolutely no different. You right now, Prime, you're no different than a fucking thief. You're no different. You're no better. You're no better than a person that goes out and commits gang violence.
A little better.
You're no better than a child sex trafficker.
Jail.
Jesus Christ.
Jail.
You're no better, because you allow that, and you vote for that, and you support that in to occur to 330 million Americans.
I feel like
Now,
this clip will be
granted,
used
I
against me in
understand
the
that you're
future.
separated. I understand that you're separated from that. And I understand that you don't necessarily believe that what you're doing is wrong in that capacity. And I understand that you think that, in the long term, that it actually helps people's material conditions. I understand that you have rationalized, your positions as being good positions that help people. But from my position, I believe very principled and correct position, obviously, or I wouldn't have it, is that when you vote to invest power in people that you know are liars and that lie all the fucking time, and you want them to use that power against other people's wishes and against the liberty of your fellow man, I have a hard time drawing a distinction between that and somebody that goes out and robs and steals and kills. It's the same moral principle. It's just the difference is that they're concerned with themselves. But altruism and the evil of altruism has convinced so many with bad philosophy that if you're doing it as a sacrifice, if you're doing it for the sake of making other people's lives better, all of a sudden, all of those evils are justified. And that's why people should read more Ayn Rand.
Okay, I want to let other people in too.
Or see the movie.
This all hinges on the fact that, like, people know they're being lied to. So, like, Lactoid, Lactoid's lowercase L libertarian, he's a pretty logical person. You and him,
Tiny L libertarian, really.
Yeah. Scott, you
big L loser,
typically come from the same point. I mean, Lactoid, do you believe that Trump was a liar and that you were lied to, and or did you believe he was a guy? Did you believe he was going to drain the swamp and he was and he was different, right? He isn't a politician. He's actually anti-government and so on and so forth. Like, what do you think is more likely?
I'm sure that there were lies. It would just you'd be depending on what. Like, I don't think he lied about.
Hold on, I can give you one. Well, okay, I can give you one, right? Sure. That would be and we discussed this previously, right? Your belief that Trump was somehow anti-war, and that he was like anti-neocon, where his
I don't think
cabinet
he
is
lied.
full of them. You don't think he lied?
Yeah.
I think that if you and I went through like a substantive, like kind of case by case analysis of all the things that he's done, I think compared
Iran,
to prior,
Certainly less
bombing of
hawkish than
Iran.
most Republicans.
yeah, I think he's much less hawkish than most Republicans, and I think he's less hawkish than Biden.
Bombing Iran, right?
Yeah.
Threatening to go to war with Venezuela.
Mhm. For
continuing
most
Ukraine,
presidents, for most presidents, this is a Tuesday.
and pretending on. You guys thought that he wasn't going to be for most presidents. Yes. No, I'm not judging him against most presidents. I'm saying, like you said, he was anti-war. I'm judging him on him.
No,
right?
but I'm saying anti-war.
Trump is peace through strength.
I'm saying
Yeah.
anti-war relate compared to other presidents. Is any president going to be like a fucking peacenik?
Full of neocons.
No, I understand
Correct?
you're saying.
Yes or no?
No.
Marco
I don't disagree
Rubio.
with that.
Tulsi
Marco
Gabbard?
Rubio's the only one.
Tulsi Gabbard's a neocon.
Tulsi Gabbard is now a neocon. Yes,
No.
absolutely. Yes, she has.
No, she's a Russian
Has she not
asset.
reversed on all of her positions? She's
A
literally
glorious
reversed on
Russian
positions.
ally.
As soon as she
fam.
got tossed out of, she said, I forget what she said.
She's not a neocon.
She said she contradicted Trump. I forget what exactly she contradicted him on, right? And then she got iced out of the inner circle. And then to get back in, she backed all his plays, including, if I'm remembering correctly, including bombing Iran.
When Prom, I think the thing that people,
Hold on. Right or wrong?
Wrong.
Right? Including,
That's why I'm responding.
Sorry, I'm talking to the electorate. Including bombing Iran, right? Like, and he's now
if I
posturing
recall,
on invading Venezuela.
Yeah, if
and bombing right now, active bombing. Sorry,
if I recall correctly, I do believe that Tulsi Gabbard did initially say some things about the bombing that were critical, and then kind of went back on them afterwards. Probably under pressure from Trump. That doesn't surprise me.
Makes her a hypocrite, not a fucking neocon.
Right.
I mean, she's definitely some.
I think that again,
her,
when you compare her and the rest, and really all the rest of Trump's actions, look, you can keep naming names. I'm saying when you compare
the neocons.
when you
Pete Hegseth is absolutely a neocon. What the fuck are you talking about?
Let me get
How is he not a neocon?
I can tell you in a second.
I didn't say
he can't answer.
I didn't say Pete Hegseth wasn't one of these people. I think Marco Rubio definitely is one of these people. I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is. I don't think RFK is. I think that when you compare Trump's administration to prior Republican administrations, especially Bush, you want to talk about being like a war hawk. Look at Bush. Look at Obama. Even Biden. I think Biden was better than both Obama and Bush. But I think Trump's. I mean, sure. But when you look at like his actions right now, like the peace proposal to Israel, which I understand has been a little bit rocky as we kind of expected,
not a peace proposal, to be clear.
the peace. Okay,
no,
I
it's not a peace proposal. It's strictly it's strictly a ceasefire proposal. It's not a peace proposal.
Okay,
those are two different things.
I disagree. We can, I guess, have a whole different discussion about that. I think the 22-point or whatever peace proposal was was very logical. I think it was a important first step on getting the ceasefire. I think that his little bit like less hawkish view towards Ukraine has been good. I think that's been smart. I think that you go through all the conflicts that he was
wildly on Ukraine, right?
I understand. I understand that, but you compare like when you look at the actual on the ground metrics of funding compared to under the Biden administration, it's not even close. Biden gave him 200 billion. What's Trump at? A few billion?
Hold on. Right? Like to say that, well, there are people who are worse. Well, yeah, like Joe Biden was straight up genocidal. He was straight up genocidal, right? Like Joe Biden's a low bar, right?
That's
to clear.
So crazy.
It's other presidents, Prime. Yes, I would prefer to vote for me, but I'm not going to win.
You were talking. Okay.
Comparably to other presidents.
I think I think you're moving the goalposts.
I'm not. What, you think I was fucking electing John Lennon? I know he was a fucking politician. He's not out there singing Kumbaya. I'm comparing him to prior presidents. That's what I was talking about.
Trump didn't run this way. That's what I'm saying. That like what I'm doing, like Trump kept started on the like peace through strength. Like people respect me in the world because I'm super tough and I'll blow you up. But Trump never ran on as a hippie. That's not his position. What conservatives and the anti-war people generally care about is they don't want troops stationed in places for months or years. No one
Yeah,
I'm about to tell you, like
yeah, I
regular
think you're
people.
completely right on this, Bam. Yeah,
Yeah, people don't actually mind the idea of dropping a bomb somewhere or
unfortunately, but yeah,
doing like a mission. Like even when you talk about Pete Hegseth, Pete Hegseth isn't trying to like station people somewhere for years, but he is down with like find
That's
me a
not the definition
terrorist
of a neocon.
and we're gonna go do a single mission somewhere, take them out, and then
yeah, like
come home and wave
when
the
Trump
flag.
took out Soleimani, right? Like I think a lot of conservatives that would consider themselves like anti-war were like, hell yeah, that's how we do it. We found a terrorist that's responsible for a bunch of deaths of American lives. We took his ass out, and then Trump comes on stage and goes, he died like a dog, right? And then we fucking celebrate instead of trying to launch an invasion campaign that costs us 200,
Yeah, we don't
$2
care about
trillion.
stabilizing the region afterwards. We
I mean,
just
like,
want to just kill the bad guy.
yeah, like,
Neocon
I
doesn't
disagree
mean
with that. In
stabilize
my,
the region, though. Like,
I think that is what people typically think about when they think about. They're talking about
no,
spreading of
but
like
I'm not
longer
talking about
military.
what people think about.
What do you call? What do you
the
use
claim?
with
The claim that I'm responding just right this second, right? It's like whether Pete Hegseth is a neocon. He's saying he's not a neocon,
right? And I gave a reason. Well, what do you think a neocon means then? Because
when
people say neocon,
what do you think a neocon means? Because it sounds like
I'm telling you,
it has to be. Yeah. But I'm trying to examine it.
Mhm.
Are you saying that what a neocon is that they I'm sorry. That it has to be nation building, right? Nation building or not. If not, then
or just a broader military expansionist project that lasts for like this, like a longer term thing. No one talks about military missions, like someone who's in favor of doing targeted military missions as a neocon. Everyone in the United States military is okay with targeted military missions. That's not.
I think when we talk about the neoconservative movement, right, and we are talking about like the National Review, and we are talking about what was the lead guy of the National Review that did Crossfire? Oh my God, why can I not think of his name? The head of
Tucker?
No, not Tucker Carlson. That's like no.
He did Crossfire. Sorry,
Chat. Who the fuck am I? Anyways, regardless, we'll set it aside. I can't think of his name right now because it's getting.
Oh, is it that Bill?
No, it's really old guy, but dead for a long time. I can't remember, but I know who you're talking about.
He's not been dead for a very long time, but he's been dead for a while. He did that debate. He basically created online debate space on media by doing debates for CBS and boosting their programming. And but anyways, when we talk about neoconservatism, right, we're not talking about any level of military intervention, though. I do think the phrase neocon, especially by the left, and this isn't like to offend, like be like, oh, you suck or anything. I just mean, especially the left has expanded the term neocon to a degree that doesn't necessarily accurately represent what the neoconservative movement of like the 80s and 90s, like that birthed it. And so the neoconservative movement is, we're going to stop the spread of communism. We're going to stop terrorism. We're going to stop all of these things through strong military action to spread democracy throughout the world. And so, yeah, like a targeted attack against a terrorist isn't really like a neoconservative.
The sentence you just said, hold on, wait a minute. The phrase you just said, right?
Yeah, firing
talking
line,
about that the tagline, the phrase you just said, right? How does that not describe Pete Hegseth?
Pete Hegseth doesn't care what happens in other nations. He just wants to kill a bad guy.
Yes, he does. He's talking about bombing other nations. I don't think anyone. Yes, he does.
No, he can drop a bomb somewhere, but he doesn't care about the cleanup. He doesn't care about
the cleanup is not neoconservative. Neoconservative does not require a parked military, right? That's what
I'm saying. You're the only person that thinks that. Everyone thinks that. Everyone knows it
was a neoconservative project. Go ahead.
Right. I agree with you that it isn't necessarily true that nation building afterwards done in a long-term capacity is like a necessary element of neoconservatism, right? But the thing is that like targeted strikes just to quickly fix, what is seen as like a potential threat or something.
You're thinking of?
No, William F. Buckley. And so, right, like the neoconservative like movement is, was like when the Heritage Foundation was talking about how we got to like topple regimes in the Middle East to spread democracy. Like, it's not just, oh, we're gonna bomb somebody real quick and then get out. I think when people think neocon, and maybe neoconservatism is illy defined, right? And so maybe you're kind of right what I'm saying is most people, when they think of neocon, and I think Bam, like I agree with you, when they think of neocon or the neoconservative movement, they're thinking about going into Iraq and changing the government and building a new country.
What about
or they're
Venezuela? Again, going
Yes.
into
We're
a
not
country,
we're not
but
staying in
everyone-
Venezuela any serious way.
But does,
everyone-
hold on, first of all,
ev-
if it's doing regime
everyone
change,
here
that
has
might,
agreed that
stay
Pete
in.
Hegseth is likely a neocon.
No, he
No, I
doesn't. No,
No,
he doesn't.
Oh,
Sorry,
well,
Bam doesn't.
Lactoid and I both agree that
Yeah.
he's a neocon.
Okay, great. Sorry,
Yeah, he's
sorry, I was
arguing
talking-
Bam
and I
right
was-
now.
Yeah, yeah. I don't.
Right,
All
but
that
I
was
think the
directed
point
at
of
Bam.
contention was the idea that Tulsi Gabbard is a neocon.
No,
And like that really gets far. It really gets to watering down what a neocon is, where it's like anyone that supports military action abroad and like and things like that is a neocon.
I'll give you that
It's
so
like
I can
kinda-
keep
it
yelling
waters
at
it down.
Bam. Thank you. Great. So Bam, once
You
again,
think we're about
yes,
to be in
Pete Hegseth
Venezuela
was
the
a
next
fucking
20
neocon.
years? Is that what you're saying?
Sorry,
Make that
what?
statement and stick by it. You think we're
Sorry,
about to be
I
in
didn't hear
Venezuela for the next 20 years?
Bam, I'm not going to make that fucking statement because Bam, what I already said is that parking the military in a nation isn't
And I disagree with. I said killing one guy is not neoconservative. So
I didn't say hold on.
definitions.
Hold on. Venezuela, hold on. An invasion of Venezuela. Do you
We're
think
not
it's
gonna
going to
invade
involve
Venezuela.
killing one guy?
We're
Do
gonna
you think it's
kill,
a
like-
targeted assassination? They're talking about the invasion of Venezuela.
We're
Is that
not
what you think is being
invading.
discussed?
That's not going to
Is that
happen.
why we're having a massive military buildup in the Caribbean? Do you think
Yes.
that's we're sending
Yes.
the largest aircraft carrier in the world to the Caribbeans, right? Do you
Correct.
think that's a target assassination?
Yes, that's
Is that
exactly what's going to happen. Yes, that's what's going to happen.
Okay, all right.
No,
Sure.
wait. Put
Okay,
it
that's
on
what
the
that means.
This is going to go on the record right now. We're going to
Literally,
do a
Lindsey
full-scale-
Graham was on TV
Wait, stop
yesterday.
talking so I
about
can
kids
get
could be
stop talking so I can
illegal.
tell you what you said was stupid. So you can be on the record for being stupid. We're gonna do a full scale invasion of Venezuela. We're gonna have 100,000 troops in Venezuela. That's what we're gonna do.
It's gotta be
100,000?
Why it doesn't
20,000.
Don't set the bar too
Well,
high. I mean, like it's already kind of a pretty big claim that we're going to invade Venezuela. Just say invade. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, because
Yes,
Brom's gonna say he's gonna
it-
find 3 troops on the ground like we invaded.
No. It doesn't. Hold on. A land invasion.
you know what? That's fair. But
sorry.
100,000's a lot.
Sure. I'm just asking, like, Prom, what do you think?
Hold on, I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna fucking answer you, right? But like, okay. So we have a range of possibilities just being discussed. Like I just mentioned with the Lindsey Graham interview, right? When he's talking about what they're thinking about, right? And so
Lindsey Graham is a
I don't care what they say.
neocon.
What's
He's
gonna
not
happen?
Trump's
Lindsey Graham's a
administration.
neocon, and he's very much tied with the Trump administration, right? But he's not
Very
everyone's
much
ass. to be fair.
tied.
He loves.
Yeah, I mean, okay, whatever. I'm not gonna argue this. So what they're talking about, right, is
I don't care what they're talking about. What
positioning.
are they gonna do?
Hold on. Yes, look into the future, Prime. And tell me exactly,
I'm saying make a reasonable because Trump said a lot.
Yes,
of
hold on.
things.
I'm going to give you. Hold on. I'm literally trying to give you
Oh, okay.
like what they're discussing, right? And this is what I'm responding to, right? The plans that are being put out there. That's what I'm responding.
They're discussing
Obviously,
making
if I knew the
Canada a
fucking
51st
future, I would
state.
tell you exactly what's going to happen, right? So hold on. Let me tell you what they're discussing. It was literally just on Meet the Press or whatever.
Yes, and they were discussing making Canada 51st state.
Okay, great. Yes. Okay. Hold on. Were we moving naval assets to surround Canada? Were we doing that?
We still could.
No, hold on, but we didn't. Hold on. Did we move military assets?
We put a boat
to take
somewhere.
Canada?
We're not.
No, we didn't do anything.
No,
We
tell me
didn't do
about the
anything.
invasion. Actually,
No,
Stop
hold
arguing
on.
with me.
No. Hold on, because you're being fucking dishonest, Bam.
No, I'm not. You're
You're
about to
fucking
be dishonest.
We are having a massive military buildup in the Caribbean right now. Right,
And how many troops are we invading?
We're actively engaged in hostilities with the Venezuelans
hostile.
right
It's
now.
bad.
We're bombing them.
But tell me about the
Right.
invasion.
So,
What does the
okay,
invasion
great.
look like?
No, I'm not going to tell you about the future. I'm going to tell you what their plans are that they're talking about, right? And so those are the things I'm responding to. Obviously, I can't respond to anything else. So the things they're talking about is arraying the Navy off the coast of Venezuela, launching missiles into Venezuela, hoping to destabilize it, right? So, like, that's one option, right? Up to a land invasion, up to an actual invasion of boots on the ground, right? Now, they're trying to avoid that, right? Like, Lindsey Graham was trying to use weasel words to get out of saying specifically boots on the ground. But like the clear meaning of what he was saying is that, yeah, like, well, I mean, yeah, we have to move assets, land assets, right, on into Venezuela, right? So yes, there could be. So I was trying to give you a range here, right? There could be just a bombing campaign, extended bombing campaign to disrupt the regime, right? For it to collapse, and then for rebels or whatever the fuck, whatever CIA assets they have available, to take over, or it could be a straight up invasion.
Well, so I don't care about what could be. Put a percentage to it.
No, I'm not going to do that. I have no idea.
Exactly. I don't want to have a conversation.
That
about
doesn't matter, though. Hold on, but it does. Hold on.
Can I
Bam.
ask a
What am
clarifying
I
question?
responding to here?
Because you're
Bam, what
saying
am I
you said that
responding
PSEC is a neoconservative because he's gonna do something, and you haven't given me anything you're gonna do. You've given me a bunch of conversations that
The
been
thing
had.
that I'm
And this
responding-
administration can't be trusted
So-
about conversations that been had. So I don't give a
Honey.
fuck about conversations being had unless you want to put it on it or own it, take a
Yeah,
percentage
well,
of what you
hold
think
on.
is gonna
I
happen.
can't
don't
possibly
care.
look in the future.
I
We
just
can't
don't
possibly
care.
make any fucking
Sure, but if you ask me
because we
something, I'll
can't
put a
look into the
percentage to it.
future
I'll
and
own
tell you
it.
exactly what's going to happen. But anyway, the thing I was responding to is that hey, the claims that hopefully we are all on is that there's the idea through peace through strength, right? Through a regime change, right? Through spreading democracy. These are all the claims that Pete Hegseth are making right now in terms of Venezuela, right? The things that our friend Scott mentioned before, that phrase that I was responding to, right? Those are all the things that describe what's happening with Venezuela right this moment.
No, they're not happening. You're talking about conversations.
All of it is true.
The talk man is talking. I don't
Oh
want
my
to talk
God,
about action,
Joe.
bitch.
Hold on. So
That's
if
the
I,
only
can-
thing I
if I
care
can
about.
clarify, if I can clarify, I think there may be an element to this that is like, how do I put this? There's an element here that changes it because I don't know that it's necessarily neoconservatism, but it kind of is. And what I mean is that it seems like I don't know that Donald Trump isn't actually a neoconservative, but he's like a neoconservative. And it feels like what is really occurring is that our recent memory of neoconservatism is to stop the spread of communism, and then eventually that kind of morphed into to stop the terrorists over there, so we don't have to fight them over here, kind of thing. And it feels like Trump is almost like playing two sides here. On one side, there's this anti-war side, but it's not really anti-war. It's anti being involved with that half of the planet. Like being deeply involved in regime change wars in the Middle East and Africa, or being, tied to NATO and Ukraine and Russia situation, etc. And then there's this kind of other thing, which is something that has almost always been kind of a quieter part of neoconservatism, which is engaging in actions in South America and like the American empire. And it is a very peace through strength kind of neocon move. It's both simultaneously, right? If he invades or does a bombing campaign in Venezuela, that's a very neocon thing to do, without a doubt, right? But if he is engaged in rhetoric to try and strong arm and bully, whilst the deep state is engaged in, and the CIA is engaged in, manipulating social media and rebel groups and secret incursions to train rebel groups in that area and, different corporate things. That's also kind of neocon, but it's also something different when it's focused more on our shores.
I hear you.
And it's kind of almost more, I don't want to say passive, but it's not the same active military thing that we associate.
No, I hear you. I hear what you're
movement.
trying to say. I hear you saying that, like, I mean, like, it changes, I guess, maybe based on intent, and maybe if it's all
I'm saying
bluster,
it
then it might be
feels
something
different. When you say neocon, it harkens to like Vietnam and it harkens to like stop communism.
Sure,
and it harkens to like
no, but there's also
long-term
this is also
invasions.
stop communism, right? Like the way they put it, like Maduro, right?
Oh, yeah, of
a
course,
communist, right? Like all like literally all those objectives, right? Count when we're talking about Venezuela.
Yeah, I'm trying to meet you halfway. That I think. I think you're kind of right, but I think the word almost is starting to lose meaning because we're looking at something that's like a new way of looking, a new way of doing it.
Bam, right? You talked about how it's useless to judge by words and not by actions.
In particular, yeah.
Correct? Okay, great. So I want to ask you, how is anyone a neocon who is not a military general or the president, meaning they don't have the ability to actually put military words like military plans into action. How is anyone a
Actually, a
neocon?
really good question.
How is anyone? I mean, when we speak to neocons, are we talking about Joe from Walmart's a neocon? I mean, I guess technically we can, but typically we're talking about politicians when we speak.
Well, William F. Buckley is the father of neoconservatism,
Yeah.
and all he did is write the National Review and make arguments.
Because he didn't.
Yeah,
he wasn't
and
put in
Pete
the,
Hegseth,
but yeah,
but he wasn't in that position though, right? There's a difference.
Right, but for sure he
Yeah.
was a neocon, despite
Yeah.
the fact that he wasn't engaged in those actions. But I do
Yeah.
think the flip side is that, like, when they have that power, well, then the actions kind of matter because they
Yeah,
show more true
that's-
intention.
fair, but hold on. But like
Exactly.
Pete Hegseth, right, has years on the Fox and Friends couch, right, talking about his desires, right, and those were neocon desires, right, like and everything that he has said previously, like his ideology hasn't changed one bit, as far as I can tell, right. I spent a lot of time seeing a lot of the Pete Hegseth clips, right. I'm not new to this individual. And he's been cheerleading neocon talking points the entire time. And so let's pretend we're in a different universe. Pete Hegseth is never put into the Secretary of War, right?
Mhm.
He's not the Secretary of War. Okay, is Pete Hegseth a neocon?
And when I speak to these things, I'm typically talking about people with positions of effect, or at least having the ear or access to the people's effect. But if you want to go a step further, I don't know. Okay. I guess you could make the argument like, yeah, I believe if he was in a position, he would be. But now that he's actually in the position, we have more information. And more information.
We'll have more, and we'll find out more when he actually takes an action. But hold on. Like, can you be a neocon by supporting neocon ideas? Hold on. Can I be a socialist even though I have no ability to actually affect the larger economy? Right? Put my plans into action. Am I a socialist?
Don't
I guess
sell yourself short. All right, your streaming career is going to take off. All right,
any second now.
So it's less than just the ideals. I think it's more so. I think we would apply neocon to the things, the actions that you thought were good or bad.
Is anyone anything,
actions.
right? You said
hold on before hearing the end of what my answer.
Okay, great.
So I said it's less than just the ideals, and more so about specifically with neocon, what actions you support or think are good, like historically. Like if he thought that, like, yeah, it's great that we're still in Iraq, then sure. Then that, based on that action, yes, that would be a neoconservative.
He was a cheerleader of all that.
Still, at the end, I was about to say,
doesn't make me change his mind. Like Bill Kristol, I think changed his mind, right? But Bill Kristol is a fucking neocon, right? If no one, I don't know how Will could be a neocon, and Bill Kristol is a neocon.
I don't know anyone that wasn't in favor
people can
of
change their mind. Like our friend Scott can change his mind about anti-ANCAPism, right? But he can change his mind on fast about ANCAPism, right? But he's still an ANCAP, even though he changed his mind on something.
No, I don't know. I feel like September 15th, a lot of people were like, I remember my
I
brother.
feel like you're trying to distract here, man.
No,
like,
I'm not distracted.
Hey,
I'm sorry. I said a thing to him. Again, it's if you change your mind later, then you're a different thing now.
No. On one subject, right?
No,
on
not
one
on one
thing
subject.
that changes.
I'm saying that if you look over history, if there was neocon things, he's like, oh yeah, I think these things are good, and you ask him today, and he still says, I think those things are good, then that's a neoconservative position. If he says in 1996, I thought those things are good, in 2025, I think those things are bad, then that's not what he is.
Yes, okay, great. I'm not talking about a person going against their entire ideology, right? I'm saying, hey, like, would you propose? Did Pete Hegseth change his mind on Iraq? I'm like, no, he didn't. As far as I know, he didn't change his mind on any of that. And so,
I'm pretty sure he
would matter
about
if
the issues
it
of
even
being
be just
in
the one time. Even just the one thing, I don't think it would matter.
Well,
but like if the entire, look, guys, come on, let's be serious, okay? Like, lack to it.
I'm saying that we would have to go example by example. I'm saying, but right now, based on the example of he's in the power to do the thing and he's not.
No, ignore that. Ignore that.
I don't like.
I'm
it's
saying,
more important than what he said on Fox News.
That's not my question, right? Like, stop trying to run from the question.
I'm answering
be
directly.
an ideology, even though they don't have the ability to enact the goals of the ideology?
Yes, and I told you what it means. Do it. It's on those historical things that fit in that ideology. Do you think they are good or bad? currently.
Yeah, he thinks they're good. Great. Right?
I don't think
So
he
then-
does. That's where
Can't be
so now we have to speak to specific.
Give me
Because
one
that's
piece of evidence to say that.
and the most important piece of evidence is what he thinks is good doesn't matter because he's actually in the position to do things now.
No,
and he's not
come
doing
on,
them.
man. Come on, stop being fucking
No, why would that not? Why would that not be more important? Why would that not be the most important thing? Are you a killer?
He's given. Sorry, what? First of all, like you'll still have to provide me proof that, like, within the Secretary of War position,
We're
right?
not doing
he's changed anything, right? You're gonna have to give me proof of that. So I'm gonna wait on that one, right? I'll be holding my breath on that, right? But then I'm saying I'm like stop trying to move it into a position of power. I'm saying for anyone, right? Like you can be of an ideology without being able to.
And I
follow
said
it.
yes if you think the things that fit that ideology are good, and now
then you're
applying that to be Hexa, but you can't because now if we're
Of
applying
course
it to him, no, I'm telling you,
got over a decade on the couch.
No, you're not, because I tell you why you can't, because he has political power. You can't say we can't talk about his political power. Again, I'm gonna map it onto an example and tell you why that's stupid. Someone can believe that. I'm not a coward. I'm answering you directly. No, I'm not. I'm answering you as directly as possible. I'm telling you exactly. Someone can think that it's like you can say like, oh, someone's in favor, someone's a killer, and then you give them a gun and you give them an actual gun.
Great.
Put them in front of someone to kill, and they don't kill. Now they're not a killer. I don't care what they felt before. Now that you actually put them.
Give me any. Okay. Going on your bullshit.
I've answered you directly.
Yeah. No, yeah. You're a fucking bullshitter. But anyway,
I'm not bullshitting.
Hold on. But hold on. I'm going to work with your bullshit, right? I'm gonna make some gold out of your bullshit. Okay, right? So you're gonna have to provide me a reason to doubt that within his tenure as Secretary of War, to imply that he doesn't believe those things anymore, right? Working within your lens, right? Your bullshit lens, give me evidence that he's changed his mind.
Because he wants to pull out of basically every conflict we are dealing with. He's made open statements against Ukraine. He's talked about how he would never put he wouldn't put people involved in like boots on the ground involved in Israel. They ask him constantly about like war fighters. He's like, yeah, we want to get the bullshit out of the way. We don't want to have people staying there. They have families. We want to be efficient. We want to get in, get the bad guys, create all these rules of war and get out and get back home. He's quick on in and out. Like he hasn't talked about like, no, this is a strong long-term strategic plan. We have to place people here. We have to be really careful about the way that we influence and involve ourselves in the culture. We have to talk about what happens afterwards to the people we kill. We don't want to destabilize regions. He doesn't care about any of that. So that's why I'm basing it on like once he's been in this actual position, the things that he talks about are not neoconservative. And you can say that's because of Trump's influence, but that's the way he's moving.
I guess my response.
Marco Rubio isn't though. Marco Rubio is still very neocon. Marco Rubio is pretty by the book.
He's the most neocon.
But I might agree. Marco Rubio might be the most neocon. Well, maybe. But I think there's a good argument for that. So I would say that with Pete Hegseth in general, and this might be a cop-out, and I can accept that people say that's a cop-out, that when he's like, those are the words that Trump has said, right? So Trump, he keeps vacillating on his position. So sometimes he says that like we're getting out of Ukraine, right? And so like he takes actions to that effect, right? But then he gets mad at Zelensky and says so he gets mad at Putin, right?
Yeah.
And then he's like, oh no, we're gonna back Ukraine, right? And then he gets mad at Zelensky. He just like goes back and forth. And so like we see his cabinet tracking him when he does this, right? Like they're like what the president says, right? And so like you can just track his moods, and that's where the cabinet's opinion is. So I would say that actually in this position, right? You understand less of his opinions. And Marco Rubio has more he has the ability to differ on this because he's actually not like putting those plans into action, the military plans into action. Like what Marco Rubio says as the Secretary of State, right? He's working as the American diplomat. That's different, right? That affords a different amount of latitude. Again, if somebody want to say this is a bit of a cop out, then I'll accept that, right? But I think the Secretary of Defense, right, Secretary of War, like basically they usually line up quite closely to the words of the president. But like
That's probably fair.
yeah.
But that's what I'm going to base them on, though.
Okay. Well, I'll leave that there then. Okay.
And honestly, I could be an idiot next week. I could find out like, oh crap, we just sent in 5,000 troops to Venezuela, boots on the ground, and we're planning on being here, like, and taking over the country. I could be stupid. I just don't see it happening. I'll put it like a 5%.
But hold on, I hire Scott, right? Scott, he's gonna work under me. All right, I'm paying him so much money. I'm paying him so much fucking money, right? Like his kids, like don't worry about college. Done, right? Already paid off first year. Okay, right? I'm paying him so much fucking money. I'm going to pay him a lot of money. Well, actually, I shouldn't probably use Scott. Scott's probably the worst example for this. He's going to fight me on this. So let me use Lactoid instead, right? A consummate capitalist, as we figured out last week. I'm going to pay Lactoid boku amounts of money, right? And I'm going to pay him to basically run my DSA organization, right? He's going to run DSA for me, right? I'm going to tell Lactoid what I would like to be enacted, and Lactoid, right, because he likes the money, right, and that's all he cares about. He doesn't give a fuck about DSA. He's going to enact all my policies, right? Is Lactoid no longer libertarian? Scott says so, but we're going to ignore Scott for now. But Lactoid, like, if he still believes the entire libertarian framework, right, and just taking money as a fucking capitalist mercenary, right, to do a job, does that mean he's like in his heart of hearts not a libertarian? Can we not call him that anymore?
I mean, when you get in the heart of hearts, you're dealing with a different thing. But if while he has that job, if you ask Lactoid what he values and he reads off the DSA's like thing and his actions are matching up with that, I don't think I would be unreasonable for assuming like, oh, okay, this is where Lactoid's at right now. And if he tells me later, it was just a job, man, I hated all of that shit, then it's like, oh, okay.
Right. I'll leave it there then.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd have to pay me a lot of money, just to be clear.
I'm trying to
but
so much money, Lactoid.
There is a number. There is a number though. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out, just because I'm curious and the conversation got a little silly, like just to what degree I think Hegseth is or isn't neocon, right? And it's really interesting when you kind of look at it. I'm going to link this article from April, right, from The Independent, right? And it seems his public statements are very kind of like supportive and neoconservative, but there were a lot of reports, because I kind of remembered this and I was like, I gotta see if I can find like from back then, because I remembered, a lot of neocons attacking it. And so this is just the only one I could find currently where they're talking about how, quote, many believe outright that the criticism of Hegseth is tied to hawkish conservatives seeking to oust one of the administration's key anti-interventionist voices at a time of upheaval for U.S.-Iran relations. And I remember, the defense chief is viewed by some observers of the Trump administration as fulfilling a role similar to J.D. Vance as a counter to National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, a more traditional conservative, right? Like, it seemed like there was a lot of turmoil from bringing him in because he wasn't a neocon, he wasn't hawkish, and he was very anti-interventionist. And I kind of agree with you, though, right? That, like, he's said in interviews that he's a quote unquote a recovering neocon. That is a phrase he's used many, many times to discuss how he was wrong in 2018 and 2020 and 2016 with a lot of his statements, and then he changed his opinion that it was wrong to invade Iraq. That he is but at the same time, politicians fucking lie like every goddamn day, right? And many of his outward statements, right, following the Iran, like I remember, but I can't find that there was reporting that he was one of the people that was against the striking the Iranian nuclear sites along with JD Vance, but that everyone else was kind of on board. And so he fell in line. And then after the thing, he was like, Operation Midnight Hammer was a resounding success. You know what I mean? Like, he had to toe the party line afterwards. So it's, I don't know. I'm not saying Hegseth isn't a neocon or anything, because a lot of his public statements and things that, but I will say that there's enough reporting and enough things to doubt that he is a neocon specifically. But yeah, like Mike Waltz or like, Marco Rubio, these people are obviously neocons.
Now, I would say this, Prom, and this is me coming your way some. Under a different, like, would Pete Hegseth have taken this position under any Republican administration? Absolutely. And would a more staunchly, like, traditional neocon president, like, would he have stronger positions the other way? Yeah, he feels really spineless in that way. Like I there's not a word where I feel like he's like fighting, like, no, we can never do this. But like I feel like he's been, like, some people are like lying about their magnification, and I think that Pete Hegseth is like actually drank the Kool-Aid. Is
it's just
the
like,
strongest way to feel about it.
I think too is just like trying to define these ideologies has just become like muddied down by the changing of the times and the changing of what American interests and American power looks like in our current economy and looks like in our current thing. And I do think the neocon movement has been watered down or changed, right? It's more isolated, more localized. It kind of makes sense that, like, we're hawkish on South America, right? And that we're more anti-interventionist in the Middle East or in Eastern Europe or in Africa. And is that really a true change of philosophy, or is that just a change on how we view the capacity of the American empire? And more importantly, I think, shout out to Mike Benz, like he needs it from me, right? Like, but I'm just saying, follow him, guys, right? Like, understanding how the deep state has radically changed from, the 1980s of like outright assassinations and, funding of, rebel groups and things like that, towards, a whole of society approach and funding corporate interests to change algorithms in social media and to, ally with local universities and to propagandize people to an extent where we can cause revolutions without ever having to put boots on the ground, also kind of changes what neoconservatism looks like. Because why is the philosophy really changed? Because we decide that we're not going to send in 100,000 troops and restructure the government when we can just cause an Arab Spring.
Yeah. I think they're like, and I don't mean to reopen the argument, right? I just think the tactics are available or wider, right? We're talking like the goal here, the stated goal, is regime change, right? And not only are we using moving military assets, we know where. Well, one, he specifically gave authorization for the CIA to do covert actions within Venezuela, right? That was one of the things that he did. And
that's so funny because like we hear about it type shit, and it's
fair
like,
enough.
Yeah, cool. That's when we let you know that we gave them permission. Because the CIA doesn't even need permission. They got black sites and cloistered off groups all over the world.
That's actually a really good point. I don't know. That seems like actually a really good point, because that feels like that's like a public signaling there, right? Like, oh, I'm right. doing something.
That's letting us know, hey, we're doing something.
Very good point. But in any case, yeah. So that's happening. And we know we have like an inside of Venezuela, like a dissident right wing that has asked for help, right? The woman who just who received the Nobel Peace Prize, right?
Oh, the dead babies from starvation.
She's been begging. She's been begging for U.S. intervention the entire time, right? Anti-war again, wonderful, right? She's been begging the U.S. for intervention, and wants American private companies to come exploit Venezuelan resources. So there is some sort of a group within there. I don't know how armed they are, right? But they're going to be working together if military action is taken in concert to try to bring down the government. That sounds like a neocon goal to me.
Maybe
even
think
if
of
we're
this
not.
Way. Yeah, I think of it like this way: when I see neocon, what I think of more than anything is old school, inefficient waste of money. It's not like these new peace through strength, quote unquote, conservatives are any less for regime change or any less for American interests and excising American power. Rather, they see the neoconservative movement as an old guard of conservatives that want to have us economically tied down in wasteful spending and inefficient ways of of utilizing the American empire. Whereas people like Pete Hegseth, they're not morally against stopping communism in Venezuela because it might cause some tax revenue or because, like whatever. What they want is they want an efficient surgical scalpel like system utilizing new systems, utilizing technology, and recognizing the economic and like recognizing that we don't quite have the same superpower status that we once had. Like we're still the world superpower, but like we don't have the money or the means to be embroiled in 3 more 10-year wars. We just don't have that anymore.
They just don't want to get out the car. Like, can we do it from the AC? Like, can we just drop a bomb across the thing?
And it's like, why is someone else saying get out of the car when we don't need to do that? When we have drones, when we have surgical strikes, when we have CIA missions, when we have the ability to control social media algorithms, when we have the ability to do all these other tools that are more likely to succeed, more likely to be kept secret so that people don't even know if we fuck up and are just way cheaper.
Let's leave it here. I'm going to read one super chat from FQ saying, "I'm sorry for my Argentina joke. Didn't mean to endanger the stream. I asked for both forgiveness and billions of taxes to feed the poor at Thanksgiving. I give you both. I give you both, right? Lactwood's so free with the U.S. Treasury, so free with his money, right? So I give you Lactwood's money to do that, right? I mean, or as long as you say you're Argentinian, Lactwood will hand it over. So thank you for that, for the con, and no worries, FQ, we're fine. And I thank you. I thank everyone who supported through super chats, right? Through supporting the channel, through resubbing. Thank you, Aiko, for resubbing. And trying to helping them keep the stream alive. Much appreciated to every single one of you. And I'm going to give an outro to all these amazing individuals. So thanks, guys. Oh, hit the follow button in case you haven't done so yet, right? Hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe button on YouTube. Be part of this channel. We do this all the time. It's a lot of fun. We have great conversations. We get frustrated at each other, right? Various pairs of people get frustrated at each other. And it's a lot of fun to watch. So yeah, consider supporting the channel, sticking around if you could. All right, so thank you, Lactwood, for being here.
Yeah. To summarize, I don't think we should give a bailout to soybean farmers because there's not a crisis sufficient even to consider a bailout, even if you do believe that you can bail shit out. And even then, I don't think, I don't know. I understand soybeans aren't, I'm not saying they're like not important. I just don't think they're critical enough to warrant such a
Hey, very quickly. There was apparently a bailout in the first Trump administration for farmers. Do you think that was a big enough crisis?
No.
Okay.
No. My line is pretty high. And I am more comfortable with like businesses that don't plan for contingencies and don't factor that into their day-to-day operations to take hits. The only time that like I would be comfortable intervening is if like it actually is like a critical like our country's in like at stake, like our country's in danger. There is like a massive critical interest. And more good news proving that once again Trump is the most libertarian president in the past 100 years. Food stamps are ending for at least for a little bit in November, pretty based. Right?
Thank you, Democrats, for ending food stamps.
Well, yeah. I don't know. I'm not
People
sure.
are going to starve. Hooray.
It's the
all right,
it's the
fine.
Democrats.
I guess Democrats are more liberty. Fuck. Good point. If you like what you, if I like what you had to say, you can find me like on TV, on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube.
Hooray! Starving children. We love that, right? But like, no, to be clear, it is other Trump's decision doing this, right? Because there are contingency funds available. The USDA is choosing, they say otherwise, but they're choosing not to use those contingency funds when they are within the bylaws. Yes, they can use the contingency funds to fill in this to be a stopgap here, but they're just making the active choice.
Why don't the Democrats just vote yes? What's up with that?
Because
Wouldn't that also
because
solve it?
the Democrats are also terrible. Fuck the Democrats. You know I'm going to
I
say
don't know
that.
what you're talking about.
You would be
I've
pissed at
been
them if the
watching-
healthcare went away. You were like, why don't they fight? God, Joe Biden. Ah.
But are you talking to me?
Yes, I would, because you would be mad at them if they weren't fighting for the healthcare subsidies. You would be like, they're
No,
just
no,
all
no.
bought by
I
big
am.
pharma.
Wait a minute. No. Sorry. I am happy that they're fighting for the subsidies. I'm actually happy because I know the awful consequences otherwise. No, I'm happy they're doing that. That being said, the Democrats are awful.
Why
right?
do
the
why
Democrats?
are they getting no credit then? Why are you saying that I'm happy they're doing it, but they're awful?
No. I
things
mean,
can be
they
true
are
at the same time.
baseline awful. Yeah, they're baseline awful. They could be doing a useful
I
thing at the
agree
moment.
with Prime.
Yeah.
He is happy that they're engaged in this behavior, and also they're awful.
That's dumb. Well, again, they have
Scott.
no incentive to let. Then you want them
Just
to
like
appeal to
Lactoid says,
you.
Hitler did some good things.
You
Everyone.
literally, but the thing is, Prime literally wants the Democrats to appeal to him. He's like, yeah, what? I should be the voter they get, and they do things that you like, and you think they're awful. They're actually the worst.
No, hold on. Okay, sorry.
Hitler inspired Kanye West.
Like, I don't know.
Is that a net good for you, Lactoid?
Yeah, I'd say so. I like him.
A net,
I don't know.
Hitler good because of he
Given the
inspired
power
Kanye
they
West.
have, which is none, the Democrats are making the best decision they can.
Hold on. I'm not talking about their current decisions. I'm saying as a total assessment of the party, they suck. I don't know why you're surprised that I would say that.
But
that
why
doesn't-
aren't we
and
dealing
I'm not
with them
saying
right
they need
now?
to pander to me at all, right? I'm saying what they're doing now is good. I already just said that. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. All right. Let's go to Scott. It's not hard to follow. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I'm Scott. You can find me Fabian Liberty on YouTube. Yeah, bailouts are always a bad idea. No matter who they are, no matter what the situation, it is always a violation of human rights. And everyone that is pro bailouts is pro slavery. It was very interesting. You know, instead of like, I just thought this was so funny. I have a new argument. I saw on Twitter these people that were really fighting again that food is a human right, and it's kind of like what Prime was saying. It's so wrong that children are starving, that we need to use government resources, etc. And and the idea is, food is a human right, etc. And it really reminds me of the 1858 King Cotton speech from Henry Hammond, right? And anytime somebody tells you, food is a human right, it's okay to steal from people so long as, so long as it's to feed people, or so long as it's a critical portion of the economy, right? We got to bail it out. We got to steal money from people because this is a critical part of the U.S. economy. That was the greatest speech ever given in defense of slavery and the Confederacy, was King Cotton, or Cotton is King. So whenever people make those arguments, just know that if Prime or even Lactoid was a white man in the South in 1858, they would 100% be behind the Confederacy and supporting slavery as an
Black
important
men like us.
institution to America, because that's the same argument. It's the same argument that Henry Hammond gave to Congress in 1858 when he gave his Cotton is King speech. So, me personally, I don't think I'd be pro-slavery in 1858, but who knows? I had some black ancestors and some white ones, maybe he makes good arguments, but I just, I've read the arguments. I find them lacking. The socialists here that are supporting bailouts and critical infrastructure parts of the economy, they disagree. They tend to think that cotton is king and that we should keep all black people enslaved so that we can maintain critical portions.
I
of the
do
US
tend to think
economy.
that. Thank you. Thank you so much, Scott. Love you too, friend. Let's go to, let's go to
I love you and want you to be free as a black man.
But
There's
there's so much self-hate
here. I don't know.
You shackled yourself, Prime.
and I have no one else to blame, really. Thank you, Corey, for being here.
Yeah, always grateful to be here as usual. This is a wild ride. In the beginning, Lactoid in the beginning of the stream,
There was the
we
word,
went over that.
and the word was God.
That scenario of like the person that booby trapped their house because they wanted to prevent burglary. And then at some point, Scott was saying like, you Prime, since you vote, you are literally no different than someone who breaks into Scott's house. So I think the only natural conclusion, Scott would agree that means that voting booths should be booby trapped with shotgun. That's the only way.
Yes, based.
I knew you would hear that.
Based.
So
There has to be a line though for people that vote to reduce the size and scope of the state, and that is the only portion that you do not get shot in the face with a shotgun. Every other one, you vote Democrat, you vote Republican, right?
So
Straight
they
to the
ask
face.
you beforehand which party you're going to vote for. You're going to vote for the Libertarian Party, right? And you go to
Right,
the
right.
non-booby trapped booth. Got it.
Exactly.
I think that's the libertarian utopia. But yeah, as always, this is great. You can find me on Twitch, YouTube, X, Instagram, It's Cord Campbell, and Substack, It's Cord Campbell. Bam, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Same to you, friend. And also to my kind friend.
Okay, we're done with outros. I don't know who this other guy is. No, just kidding.
Okay. My kind friend Bam. Sorry, I was looking at something. But our kind friend Bam. Thank you for being here. Always fun to spar with you.
Absolutely. I don't know how you're having fun. I have fun, but now you're fun losing week after week. But no, thanks for having me. Always good conversation, fun topic. Yeah, I think we attacked from a lot of different angles. It's crazy. I know something was wrong because me and Lactoid were agreeing a little too much. I don't like it. Let's not make this a regular thing. If I'm about to say for people out there, if you're movie people, go see Shelby Oaks. I'm technically
I heard it's pretty mid.
Yeah, it's mid, but I have a production credit for it. So
Oh, nice.
Well, it was a crowdfunded movie, but so my name pops up in the credits. It's pretty cool. But it's fun. It's definitely a horror movie.
Hey, what would that name be? So everyone can keep a lookout.
I said it. Shelby Oaks. Oh, my name? No. But it's in there.
Are you credited as Bam, Black American Made?
Yep, that's it. Just look for Black American Made in there. You almost got me. But no. I'd say it's a movie. It's a horror movie from the early 2000s if it were made today. And you're gonna watch the movie, and you're like, oh, I've seen 4 of these movies like before. But you'll come out and be like, you know what? There was some good stuff in it.
That's such an endorsement.
Yeah.
Okay.
I should be on the poster. You know what?
Yeah. I mean, I guess it was all right.
I gave it a solid 7 out of 10.
Let's thank you so much. I'm gonna send you guys out to Wick, right, who betrayed us. Well, not Wick didn't betray us. Gibbs betrayed us because he's on Wix now, right? Not on our panel. But we're going to still support our friend Wick, who's always been kind to us. We're gonna raid him, not a female, unfortunately. But we're going to actually what Wick is doing, he's being part of someone else's panel. I can see that now. Got some unsavory people there. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna send you out. Bye.
Bye, guys. Dude, you know what I really kind of want to do? I don't do street interview content, but I kind of think it'd be really funny to do street interview content and just describe Hitler's policies and ask people on the street if they support them.